All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks, Pat. I'm gonna miss that. Um, we are in right now, the SSC, we're picking up in our discussion of C4, C5 groundfish specs. And our discussion has multiple pieces for this topic. And so I'd like to, so we talked so far about the process that we will use for setting 2026 specifications. And Franz said that he would be kind enough to sort of summarize where we landed last night. We'll then open it up in case anybody has any additional thoughts. And then we'll move on. Bob's got Dr. Foy from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center is going to give some information to us about the 2026 assessment cycle. And then we'll move into the process for setting 2027 specifications because it's likely tied to the assessment cycle. And then we'll continue going with specifications for individual stocks after that. So why don't I go ahead and hand this over to Franz.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just a very high level summary for where we kind of landed, I think, is that for the 2026 specifications, we will use projections for OFL and ABC from the last accepted models as a starting point, which are the October preliminary specs. We'll consider any additional information from this year's survey and from the preliminary ESRs that we saw. And then we will evaluate any concerns over not having an assessment and any other concerns from the ecosystem or the surveys in our usual risk table framework, consistent with our usual process and past practice when we may not have had a reliable assessment.
Thanks, Franz. Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Franz. So I did miss part of yesterday, so my apologies if I missed some of the details. I just want to clarify a couple of things to make sure I'm following where the group's ending up. As I heard it, we're not raising the bar on what it would take to make an adjustment from the max ABC. We're following our standard process, and the bar is already high for that. As I think Dana identified yesterday, we only make those adjustments from maximum ABC under fairly specific circumstances, fairly extreme circumstances. And to be specific, and we have had cases where we've defaulted to an older stock assessment when a new model hasn't converged or that it's been a problem. So we're not on completely new ground by going to an older stock assessment. And I guess further, we also have had cases where we've had elevated risk in the risk table, but we've still decided not to make an adjustment to the max ABC. And so along that line, I think based on our discussion about time series length and projection, we're considering the time series projection uncertainty aspect of this when we're going to when we go through each stock. And I guess I would suggest, if it wasn't already in Franz's extensive list yesterday, that we consider the assessment frequency and report how far outside we are in those paragraphs. So for example, I think we've already winnowed down to essentially just the biennial and the annual assessments. And to me, there might be a bit of an elevated risk associated with an annual assessment going back to last year's specs, perhaps more than a biennial assessment where we would commonly expect to be 2 years out. So maybe we could just explicitly add that to the list of criteria. And if I've misconstrued anything, please correct me now, because I'm trying to catch up on the discussion.
Thanks, Ian. I'm not seeing any hands. So what I'd like to do for this is instead of doing a SSC chair summary at the very end of a discussion that lasts us a full day, I'd like to use those two pieces as our summary for the 2026 process. I won't describe it again at the end, just so the public knows. And then I think that the next step then will move on to Bob and see what you can share with us about the Science Center and thoughts, plans for the 2026 assessment cycle.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And this is a pretty simple proposal here. Obviously, 1-year stock assessments are going to get done. We talked about the 4-year stock assessments shifting by a year. We agreed to that yesterday, so really that just leaves the 2-year stocks. And our need to prioritize those 2-year stocks, both the 25 and the 26 2-year stocks. We can't do them all. So there is a decision point here. We can't come forward with everything from 25 and everything from 26 because there's similar stock authors and there's just not enough time between now and then. There is also an unknown as to what we will be asked to do between now and then as a center, through the council process. So that is an unknown. So we can't make full commitments right now until after this meeting is completed. So my proposal is that we have a subgroup of the SSC and AFSC meet right after this meeting or early January and decide specifically which stocks we would want to go forward. However, our initial proposal is that we would roll all 2025 2-year stocks forward, meaning we would do everything that should have happened on a 2-year cycle in 2025, we would do in 2026. Then we would consider any of the 2026 stocks and how we might prioritize those, which ones need to come forward, which ones could wait, should we have to, depending on staff timing and what our ability is to bring those forward. And then bring that subgroup's proposal forward for the February meeting for discussion and finalization. That's the proposal. I acknowledge that there is a moment for some misalignment between our biennial surveys and this process. And without going through the complete list of what that is, that'll have to be something that is discussed and acknowledged. That's, we will get off that cycle, or we're off that cycle right now. Briefly, the intent over the relative short term would be to get back on that schedule. That's all I have.
Chris and then Jason.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Question for you. So you're suggesting that the stocks that were due up this year that were 4-year, that they would not get done, and so those OFLs and ABCs would then be at least 6 or 7 or 8 years before the OFLs and the ABCs get updated. Is that correct?
Through the chair, no. Yesterday we talked about all the 4-year stocks would just shift 1 year. So that would mean that this year's stocks are really 5-year intervals, and then we would get back on that 4-year cycle. Having said that, my big caveat here is that I know we get off on the survey timing. Our survey timing, for groundfish is consistent, but the longline survey timing has already changed this last year. So there's going to be a number of items to think about in the next few years on how we reorganize and get this back on track. But for 4-year stocks, the idea is just to shift them 1 year.
If I may, just to be clear, that means all of the stocks that we were supposed to see this year will come back next year.
Correct. 4-year stocks.
And the 2-year and the 1-year, obviously.
Yes, that's correct.
So all of them.
That's correct.
Okay. And then whatever else fits that was supposed to be on the docket for next year.
And talk through a prioritization process.
And if I may, so will those be prioritized over the ones that are scheduled for next year and were scheduled for next year?
That needs to be discussed.
Okay.
Absolutely. And so I'm leaving some flexibility in there. And we have to, because I just don't know what we're going to be asked to do between now and then.
Yeah.
If if we have an open docket, there's more room to identify more stocks that can be completed. And this is where I think there's value in seeing what we're asked before we come up with a prioritization here, because we could think through 10 scenarios here. And that would be the job of that subgroup, is to think through, well, what would the priorities be? We would prioritize this group and that group and move forward.
Yeah. So just as a follow-up, just for everyone to think about, will impact how we think about what we do for 2027 process. If there's some potential that those stocks are not going to get seen, and we will actively use those OFLs and ABCs for fisheries with at least an extra year of no information and no additional information. So we just need to think about that. That may change our idea of how to do the process for 2027. Thanks. Thank you, Madam
And
Chair.
if I may follow up, I agree. And there's also, we should consider the level of stock assessment that could come forward. It's not an all or nothing. It could be, a partial, it could be catch information. So not necessarily all or nothing.
Jason.
Yeah, I like the subgroup idea. I guess I'm dovetailing on your last comment there in terms of when we have our discussion about the stocks that were to be assessed in this year. Is it helpful for us to distinguish between whether we want an operational full or an operational update? Is there sort of a workload issue there? I don't know if there's some way we can help prioritize into that subgroup off of this discussion.
Yeah, through the chair, that's where I was just going, is that that's part of the discussion. It's not all or nothing. It includes what level of information that we want to bring forward. So again, without really knowing what the scenarios are for that workload right now, that would be the subgroup's task, is to consider where we're at with the 25 stocks and what we expected to have brought forward in 2026, and then what's on our plate, and then say, okay, this is a reasonable way to bring that forward. And we would definitely consider half steps if at all possible, so that we're not in a situation where we're just not getting something brought forward. 27.
Chris Anderson online, and then Kaylin.
I think I've been addressed.
Thanks, Chris. Good morning to you. Kaylin.
Morning.
So I have a more general question or comment here that I think ties in a little bit with some of the discussion yesterday, and Curry chimed in at one point on that. And I guess I'm wondering if there is a way, or if people have thought about a way to be a little bit more quantitative in summarizing what these stock assessments bring and what increasing the frequency brings. And if I took a kind of value of information perspective, I would be thinking of, when does the decision change because there's a new stock assessment done? And I never see this or anything quantitative in the stock prioritization processes or discussions, really. And so I could see it helping there. And so I'm bringing this up now, but also just in terms of making the case for or evaluating the extent to which these stock assessments are bringing new information and changing the decisions. It seems like it would be something that wouldn't be too hard to evaluate, and might be more broadly useful in thinking about what the value of the whole stock assessment apparatus is, and what are some of these stocks for which this brings sort of the highest value to the decision-making process.
Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Kaylin. It's a great question. If I'm understanding it completely correctly, I think the answer is, to date, the focus on prioritization has been on, our highest priority, which is conservation concern, and thinking about which stocks require annual assessments versus which do not, based solely on conservation. So I think we've talked about it, but are not and have not implemented, I believe, what you're asking. Having said that, when we talk about prioritizing the data that comes into this process, we have had that discussion. That is the presentation I'm giving to the council on Thursday, and that is considering how we incorporate multiple metrics that include some of the metrics like what we're using here on whether or not we actually hit the ABC or the TAC with catch, or community indices, economic indices, et cetera, are being considered as well in terms of how we prioritize the information that is made available to this process. I would say it's in its infancy in terms of how that then makes its way to deciding how we prioritize the stock assessments themselves. That's my take on where I believe you're going with this.
I am wondering if Bob, if it's possible to clarify, just as far as distinguishing between SSC role and council role, how the SSC or possibly the Science Center is considering economics and in the decisions of stock prioritization.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. It's really not, it's not stock assessment prioritization, but it is data available for that process. And it's a subtle difference. I would say that this is a long conversation that we need to have when I give the presentation to the SSC, hopefully in February. This was the one I was going to give in October, but for now, it is a proposed process to further prioritize what information comes forward, provide, further prioritize reductions in that data, those data, prioritize which data could go into a different form, such as automated data collection versus traditional surveys. So it's a much bigger topic that's being forced by our need to think differently about the whole data collection, apparatus within the National Marine Fisheries Service. So that's a long-winded way of not answering your question. But it's obvious that we need a different way to prioritize because the SSC's responsibility is conservation. And we've had conversations about other national standards and how they play into that process. But currently we are focused on, stock status specifically. So incorporating these other concepts into the data that are collected is new road, quite frankly. So, but the process that we've used to date to prioritize our stock assessments isn't going to get there. Hopefully that helps a little bit, and we can get into more details in February.
Sure, I got a follow up, and then great, we'll go to Kaylin as well. So maybe one thing that I've thought about for this meeting, so I'll just tell you sort of my thought process and then see if that is similar to sort of what you're talking about. We've got metrics the council staff gathered for us of catch over ABC. And the SSC is on record saying that whether you make a reduction from max ABC, say, is based on the uncertainty in the true but unknown OFL. So it doesn't incorporate what the TAC is or what the catch was. However, obviously there is, if there's a big difference between the catch and the ABC, the likelihood that you will overfish a stock is less. And so the way I've tried to distinguish it in my own head for this meeting is, you know what, we're not deciding whether or not we should make a reduction from max ABC for a stock, but we may be deciding how much time do we spend discussing it, because if we discuss it briefly and we are off, the risk of consequence to the stock is less. So essentially, it doesn't say whether or not you make a reduction, it's just how much time do you spend in dueling over small details for stocks that have less likelihood of being overfished rather than more. And I'm wondering, I'm not sure that I got my terminology right. So if other SSC members think that's off base, I would be open to it. But it is one thing I thought about for this meeting. And I'm wondering if that applies.
Yeah, very definitely. And I think your explanation is slowly moving. You use the word risk. We're talking about the word value. We're moving into that space. And I think that the way you articulated it is good. And if we can articulate it in the terms, the quantitative terms that we're used to relative to the potential for overfishing, then we should and we have to. And I think that you just did that for the catch relative to ABC index. There's another potential step to talk about in the future that's not germane to today's conversation, and that's what we're starting to talk about for the next meeting. But I don't think that's germane for today.
Great. Thanks, Bob. Kaylin.
Yeah, I just wanted to be 100% clear. My comment didn't relate to social or economic information at all. And it could be conservation concerns. So it would be if you take the max ABC from the 2-year projection, if you did no stock assessment versus the max ABC you would get when you update your stock assessment, you could look back through time and look at this every time. Are you consistently over or under? And that would be a quantitative measure that would support this conservation concern, that would be something more tangible and precise than I think some of the qualitative discussions that occur across stocks. And then it would also put this in the framework of what is the value of that updated stock assessment in terms of the change in the max ABC that would come forward. And if you saw a particular trend, I think that then I would think that I would elevate for conservation concern reasons. But yeah, nothing social or economic, although I understand what you said as broader context.
Great. We've got a couple questions online. Curry and then Chris. So let's go to Curry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't belabor the point because I think you highlighted it rather well. When we're thinking about stock prioritization in the tactical sense for those stocks that were on a biennial cycle that were supposed to come forward in 2026 and may or may not be moved forward in time, we should be clearly looking at the ratio of catch to ABC, not only over the recent years, but over a longer time frame to see, is there any risk whatsoever that we could drive the stock down? Or if it's utilized at a relatively low rate, do we not have any concern and we're completely happy with moving it forward onto an alternative cycle? The other aspect that I think we should consider when we get to that discussion is what the history of recruitment has been for stocks for which we have a relatively stable recruitment pattern over time. That's inherently more consistent with the way forward projections are being done compared with species that have highly variable recruitment. So maybe another aspect to consider when we think about not only the broader value of information question in the context of stock prioritization, but also maybe as we begin to think about shifting around assessment schedule to accommodate the fact that we're going to be moving some 2025 assessments forward into 26.
Chris Anderson, and then we'll go to Dana.
Sure. Just to jump in here, I think I take Kaylin's point really well, and sort of the nicest analysis that I know of that is far from answering the question, but also like the biggest step in that direction I'm aware of is Barbara Hudnicek's paper with Doug Lipton in 2019 CJ FAS. I can send that around. And it does a really nice job of sort of asking what's the value of stock assessment at various frequencies for a couple of real stocks. And it does look at, among the metrics, sort of the probability of overfishing that's driven by not doing stock assessments frequently enough. And I think that's a really nice way to kind of frame that conversation. Now, to get into the value of data, then you start wanting to run more sophisticated MSEs and things like that, which is probably not the exercise to start at this point where we can't even get basic stock assessments done, and we're trying to figure out which ones should be done more simply.
Thanks, Chris. Dana.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a little bit. Bob was talking about what he's going to present at the upcoming B report. He's talking about looking at data inputs and how those are to be prioritized. We've done a pretty non-infant version of stock assessment prioritization twice now, back in 2014, which was a really big version of it, but then we did it again just last year. And we do incorporate economic value, recruitment variability, stability, a lot of those arguments there. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Thanks.
So I got another question for Bob. So what we've talked about here is sort of what stocks to do. And my understanding is that I haven't heard any disagreement. So, and some support for doing, recommending that there be, we've talked about either a subgroup or a work group, since it would just primarily be agency. It's not a big public workshop. It would be like a working group. Okay. And then coming up with some sort of a recommendation report, and then bringing that back in February for full SSC review and public comment and everything else. That's sort of, I'm seeing some nods. It sounds like that's kind of what we're talking about. Great. My next question would be, I guess it's twofold. One is, so we're talking about what stock assessments to do. Am I assuming that the time frame for this would be on our normal stock assessment cycle? So these would be stock assessments that we would bring back topics of which ones, what model runs in October, and then assessments in December. This is not something that we're looking on going off cycle and having options in June, because we didn't get it done here. But I just wanted to sort of explicitly talk about time frame. And then and I think that also comes in, the reason that I'm asking is because, say that Alaska Fisheries Science Center was able to do miracles, and you were able to do all the stock assessments from 25 and all the stock assessments from 26 and magically have us back on schedule. I don't even know that the SSC in our meeting time can review, say they were all full assessments, which is not going to happen, but I don't know that we could actually review all of that in October or December. And so one of the questions that I am wondering is, with time frame around the year, whether what you were originally thinking, Bob, and then for the SSC, what does this mean for our schedule? And I guess, so that's a question. I think that one of the ways was, I think what Jason already brought up, in that, if we do operational updates and literally make no changes at all, like not changes to updating data, nothing, so that that wasn't clearly stated, but some version of updates where we wouldn't have to look at methodology, maybe we could review more than if we had full assessments, in the same way that more of your staff could get things done. But I guess I'm curious on SSC's thoughts about this and yours.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there. And again, I think we need to take the time to go through and consider what that looks like, so that we don't find ourselves right back to where we're at now, saying, well, we wish we had, and we didn't incorporate the information that we want to see at that time. So yes is the answer from my perspective. That should be considered.
For February is what you're saying. Correct. Yeah. Pat, sorry, Martin. Wow, I can't believe I did that again. It's your last. It's going to be your lasting gift, Pat.
Pat's
Yeah.
leaving us, so we don't. Sherry won't be able. What you should do is move me over to Pat's salon. Totally screw you up.
Can I call you by either name then?
I'm almost losing my train of thought here. Yeah, no, I guess this is kind of related, but I'm just wondering if and we might have this discussion later as well, but if we should be thinking about terms of reference for stock assessments so that we can at least have some of the information that we wished we had at this meeting, and to think more carefully about how we do projections and try to sort of make that process a little more robust and potentially usable. And if we ever find ourselves in that kind of situation, I think there's more that we could have had that we didn't have here that would have been good to see. And I think that's maybe a pretty straightforward thing to think about and do. All right.
So Martin, how would the terms of reference differ from sort of what we have already? I know there are guidelines for authors. I know we have stock assessment prioritization, but I also know we've got recommendations coming out of this meeting.
I guess I'm thinking more specificity about projections and maybe a request, like right now we're thinking we're going to have to roll over 2026 to 2027, whereas if we had a 3-year projection in the stock assessment, we would actually be able to use that projection. So, I mean, it's those kinds of things that we just could think through.
Great, adding to sort of what we already have. Bob?
Yeah, just to add to that, I think it's a great idea, and I think it warrants further SSC discussion. And the example is, those projections go out, as Martin knows, might be where he's going, for many years in the SAFE documents. So we don't consider them. Obviously, everything we're talking about here, it becomes exacerbated, but having that discussion before it's needed would be really valuable.
Yeah, I think this ties in with Curry's comment yesterday about projections and the uncertainty in projections, 1 year versus 2 year versus 3 years. So I think it brings that back in. Okay, I don't see any more questions or comments. So let's go ahead and so I guess what I will do is I'm gonna summarize as we go along. But it seems like sorry, just a second. I'm moving up in my notes. I think out of this, the recommendations that we came up with and agreed on is recommending that there be a working group or subgroup, however we want to name it, of SSC and Alaska Fisheries Science Center staff to meet prior to the February meeting and think about stock prioritization. How to deal with the 2026 assessment cycle and have recommendations and some sort of a report that come back to us. So we'll be recommending to the council that we have some time on our February agenda to bring this up and talk about this after essentially this council meeting, once we know information from the council meeting itself. And we can talk about, and I think all the rest of our comments about how to do this and what to recommend for future assessments, I think can fall under that, I believe. Okay, great. The next thing that I think we'll move on to is the process for our 2027 specifications. And I think what I may do is we had the leads for recommending specs for that. I think I will go to the first person on that right now, which is Chris Siddon, to talk about process and what we talk about as far as process versus specifications. And maybe you can help us figure out how to split that up.
Yeah, thanks, Ray.
So for the 2027 process of how to go about that, we came up with a couple of options, and I just want to roll through them so everyone has an idea of kind of the thought process. I think there's some of them that don't quite make sense, but I want to just make sure that we run through the options so people recognize that that's the case. We could simply take what we just kind of decided on for 2026 and do the same kind of stock specific method that Franz outlined. I don't think that's likely a good option. I'm just saying that that is something that we could consider. I don't think anyone's prepared to do that right off the bat, but it's certainly an option that we would walk through every stock and kind of do that. The second option is to roll over the 2026 specs and add a buffer across the board. Call it 10% buffer. I'm pulling that out just because I also don't think that that's my opinion is that's not a great option, but it is an option to do because that would be a second iteration of information that we wouldn't have. The next one is just to roll over 2026 and be done. No expectation that we would revisit it. We would just kind of move on from there. And then the last option, I think, is where kind of I fall, is that we would roll over 2026 and make sure that we provide a clear indication that these are really to fulfill that procedural requirement and that any stock that does not get an updated assessment and therefore new projections would be revisited in October and or December when we need them to be. So we would roll them over with the expectation that all those assessments would be updated. That also relies on Bob and AFSC from doing those. So that was part of the quirk of knowing what assessments are going to be done. It's under the expectation that those will be updated. We will just use the updated information for spec setting as we typically do. If those assessments don't get done, the indication is that we will bring those back up and decide if we need to add additional conservation to those because they will have a second year of no information added to them. So I think that's kind of those are the options that I see. There may be lots of others, but I think those are the way we would move forward. Yeah. So I think I'll leave that to the other leads if they want to add things or questions.
And one clarification
Sure.
question. So with the last one, you talked about rolling over 2026, any stock without a new stock assessment, consider explicitly and bring back up. Do we mean bring back up in October for setting preliminary specs, or would we use process values, not sort of scientific values, in October and then bring it up in December? And you don't have to answer, but that will be helpful to have in our discussion.
Yeah, my understanding just from a procedural standpoint is we would use those for the procedural in October and then update them for functional for an update in December, like we're doing now. I think that's the case, but Jason or someone else can correct me if I'm wrong from that standpoint.
Jason?
So maybe another way to phrase it is we'd be kind of back on our normal process schedule with plan teams and council meeting, SSC meetings to review the assessments and make our recommendation.
I think so, yes, unless those don't get updated, unless an assessment doesn't get updated.
This is a question for Jason. So if we're back on our normal process, essentially, I think part of our normal process, and maybe this is a good time to bring it up, is in October, we give part of our process for doing the preliminary specifications in October is to give the public notice of stocks that may have reductions, sort of like Pacific Cod, Gulf Pacific Cod a number of years ago. And the way that we have to do that in preliminary specifications, or at least for Gulf Pequod was we had to make an arbitrary reduction in the ABC in October to give the public notice that there would likely be some change in December, but it means that we would actually have to consider, do we actually mean that there may be a change in December or not? So essentially, I think that we may have to bring something up in October through that process, or at least state what we're doing. And so I'm just wondering how that fits into normal. I'll go to Jason and then Chris.
Well, this might be maybe a question directed back at Bob, but it might also be an SSC process question. I mean, we may have this subgroup that we've been talking about. It's going to go through the priorities and the assessments, and then that information from whatever that subgroup comes up with will still have to be communicated out to the stock assessment authors to have the assessments available for October. So it seems like we would still have the information that we would have in October normally. It may just have a different set of assessments that we're looking at. And maybe we could consider, that notice about any large changes in the assessment schedule, as well as any concerns that we might have as an SSC during that October meeting. I don't know. That's just a thought.
Great. Chris, did you still? And then after that, Ian.
Yeah, I think that fits in. We're going to know before October if an assessment's not going to get updated or not updated. So at that point, we can recognize that we will modify an OFL or an ABC of that stock that's not going to get updated, right? So we can notice that in October, because we will know whether that's going to happen or not, unless the government shuts down during the October meeting, right? That never happens. But there should be time to know. We should know ahead of time. So
Jason, yep.
I mean, we'll know before the October 1 deadline as well. So even if we had a shutdown, we would still know what's up.
Great. Ian? Sorry, Bob.
Yeah, just brief follow-up. I'm in agreement with where the discussion's going from the Science Center's perspective. It is really akin to what we do now. The survey data comes in, and if something happens, we're amending our process for that. And prior to that October meeting, this is maybe an extended version of that same process, but it is the same process. So I think we're okay there.
Ian?
Maybe it's not important, but I don't know why we wouldn't just take these up and finish them in October. If we know we're not getting an assessment and we know the December schedule is going to be packed, then we could have that discussion in October and be done with it for the final specs, just like we did with the Deepwater Flats this year. Not quite as efficient probably as the Deepwater Flats.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
People online are saying that it's really quiet, so we need to remind members to speak into the mics.
Thanks much. So I'm open. Yeah, I'll go to Martin. I think that if we're going to, like the brainstorming, if we make decisions in October, I think that one answer that I don't know that we've gotten from staff or the council is whether or not we do harvest projections in October, but we haven't done other things in October. And we may have to just double check the guidance on how to do some of our specifications in October versus December. Martin.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of kicking the can down the road, but maybe that's okay. But maybe we can say something about the need to consider the additional uncertainty in those discussions, and also the need for sort of analytical support to be able to make a reasoned judgment due to that additional uncertainty. It's like we can't just say, oh, we'll do it in October if we have to change these, or do it in next December, without at least giving some I mean, I think we don't want to be where we are today with another year of uncertainty to deal with without having something on the table to work with.
It almost seems like if I, is that the same, Martin, as asking that if there's not going to be a stock assessment for some stocks in the 2026 cycle, that we would ask authors and groundfish plan teams to speak to like an updated risk table with whatever new information is available and any recommendations that they have for reductions from max, and have that go through. I mean, right now we only do that for on-cycle assessments, but essentially that's the SSC is considering reductions for max at this meeting. And I'm wondering if that's something, is that what you're talking about, is asking staff to have something in October for to make judgments of any possible or necessary reduction from max? Is that the same thing as asking for a risk table for an off-cycle stock?
Oh, I guess I didn't think it through that deeply. That would be helpful, I guess, but it's kind of, there could be other elements that aren't. I mean, the thing about the risk table is it sort of presumes that you will have an assessment associated with it. So you're kind of in a little bit of new territory with the risk assessment because it's taking into account the issues that weren't addressed in the stock assessment. So now we would do a risk table without a stock assessment, and it would reflect the fact that we don't have one. That we could explore that, but yeah.
Good point. Thank you. Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. From an AFSC perspective here, I think it would be difficult to upend our current process, and the data just won't be available, quite frankly. All the data flowing into this process comes at a certain time period. So I think having that available for an October time period could be problematic, which is why we only get glimpses of this information as staff are able to bring that forward and inform us. So I would be concerned about trying to formalize something in that space. Having said that, to go back, so I think that was your response to Martin, but to go back to Martin's original point about rethinking in terms of reference or whatever we're calling about the information that we already have available on what is being used in our assessments and in our projections, et cetera. I think there's value in carrying that forward so that it could also then be used in an October timeframe. You would know what had happened the previous December. You would have a little more detail on what our stocks are built on, some tables that captured consistency among stocks and how the projections are developed, et cetera, so that we don't have to revisit that kind of a process, and it would be available at any time, including the October timeframe.
Dana.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this particular topic, because I think it's pretty detailed and it's going to be sort of a case by case situation, might be a good topic to move to this subcommittee. And maybe they can make a few recommendations, because I think we'll have the right people in the room to make a full discussion of that. Also, I just want to support option 4 of Chris's options. Thanks.
Thanks, Dana. Chris.
Oh, yeah, I think we can table that. I think it gets more into the details than what we need on the table right now. So I think the recommendations that are likely coming for projections and improvements can likely get incorporated, so we can stand down.
That sounds great. So going back to sort of Chris laid out options to consider for 2027 process, and I'd like to go to the other leads for 2027 and get your thoughts. So that'll be Allie, Jason, and Ian. So exactly, I had a feeling I was going to surprise you guys. So let's go to Allie.
I don't think I have a lot to add that we haven't already discussed. I also support option 4. And I don't think I had any other particular comments that haven't already been discussed. Thank you.
Thanks, Allie. And is it you? Ian. Okay, go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, I'm also in agreement. I think maybe the only thing I would add would be to, following Martin's comment, to strengthen the language a little bit to signal that we would be more likely to make an adjustment, I think, to the 2027 specs with another year out compared to what we're doing this year, due to the elevated risk of an additional year in the time series.
Jason.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I support the rollover of 2026 with the additional note that for 2027, if we don't have more information, we may need to consider additional uncertainty.
Great. Okay. So I think that I'm not seeing any other hands. So it sounds like for 2027 process, we'll go with, I'll see if I can go up and find the wording. Rolling over 2026 for 2027 at this meeting and provide an indication of the that so any stock without a new stock assessment in 2026, which will just be discussed by a subgroup, would be considered explicitly in December, because the information will not be there in October, but we may give an indication to the public at that time in preliminary specifications for reductions that may be discussed in December. Yeah, Chris, if you can restate that for me, that works.
Just one clarification, I think, just to be clear. You said any stock that didn't get an assessment in 2026. We're not talking about all the stocks, but just the ones that should have been seen in 2026 and that were not the ones that were off cycle already, right? Just, we're not explicitly talking about whatever 50, 80 stocks. We're talking about the subset that we had in front of us here.
Great, thank you. Bob?
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just to be clear, I think I don't think we need so much detail in what you were just saying, because it's our typical process. Right. So I don't think we need to restate what our process is. And as you pointed out, that is our October process if we need to identify any changes for what's going to happen in December.
Great. Yeah, that helps a lot. I do wonder if we can go back to something you had mentioned, Bob, I think in the question and answer period a long time ago, it feels like. But that was about, you had mentioned whether or not we should formalize. So currently in October, if there is, if AFSC staff, the authors, the agency, and the plan team, how's this? If the agency does not see concern about specifications and the plan team doesn't address it, that silence essentially means that there are no stocks that have huge concerns. And you had mentioned something about, possibly making that explicit so that it's not the lack of saying something that means it, but something explicit. And I'm wondering if that can be built into, like you said, our normal October process, but being possibly more explicit. Bob.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think that makes a lot of sense and would alleviate some of the questions in a situation like this. I think rather than having the SSC beat that up at this point, it would be valuable, and I can commit to working with council staff to see where in the process in the regional office, to see where in the process that would be most appropriate. Is this a formal memo from the center? Is this a plan team responsibility that has to be, elevated publicly, et cetera, so that it's clear. But I agree, a more formal process is required so that we're not just left wondering, hoping that it's coming up. And I think the intent right now is that the existing process is in place so that there are opportunities for this to come up. So I don't think that we've missed anything. But this has highlighted the need in case we're not able to have the process that it needs to be formalized a bit. And I can bring that proposed plan to the February meeting as well.
Great. Thanks, Bob. Okay. Um, so my understanding then of our next step is moving into specifications. And we had group leads to look at this broadly for the Bering Sea and the Gulf for 2026. And I think that I will go to those group leads now. It sounds like there may be kind of an overarching summary that we may be able to include or something like that. And then I'll go through and actually, and if that's not the case for the group leads, that's fine. We're kind of defining how we do this discussion on the fly. And then I will likely go through to each of the stock assessment leads that we said we were going to consider. So, Franz, if you can state that better, I would take it. Let's go to you.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we had agreed on. I'll kick it off for the BSAI harvest specifications for 2026 and 2027, I guess. It's kind of implicit.
That sounds great, given our process discussion.
Yeah. And yeah, as we had kind of noted yesterday, we're just going to go through the individual assessments, just raising any concerns that might need to be brought up for discussion. Any recommendation of whether to go with the preliminary specs or deviate from that. But any final decisions on that will postpone until the very end, until we have kind of all the stocks in front of us to see if any of them raise sufficient concerns to be more cautious. So for the BSAI stocks, again, I just want to express our appreciation for council staff for compiling and making all the information readily available and providing the summary tables. We had public testimony relevant to BSAI harvest specifications in writing from QUARAC at Sea Processors Association, United Catcher Boats, Groundfish Forum, Freezer Longliner Coalition, and Fred Yeck. We had also oral testimony relative to BSAI harvest specifications from Francis Thompson, Glenn Merrill, Chad C. and Jim Armstrong, Caitlin Yeager and Austin Estabrooks, Chris Woodley and Sarah Webster, and Linda Bainkin. Much of the testimony, as I noted yesterday too, was focused on adopting the relevant to our harvest specifications here, focused on adopting the preliminary specs from October 2026, arguing that that best reflects BSIA. Specifically, some of the testimony cautioned against the use of preliminary information, while others noted that any deviations from the preliminary specs would require a clear and convincing rationale, and I think the SSC will, hopefully our report will reflect that rationale if and when needed. The stock-specific considerations for the BSAI stocks will be noted under each stock, so hopefully everybody has that in front of them if there was testimony specific to the stock that you were assigned to. And then other concern or other comments relevant to this year's specifications focused on concerns over salmon bycatch. In the again, in the absence of any new operational assessments here, we reviewed the projections and any new information from the preliminary ESRs and the surveys that as noted in the process section. And for completeness, I think I'll state it here that based on the 2025 SAFE, no stocks were experiencing overfishing and no stocks with reliable biomass reference points were overfished or approaching an overfished condition. And I don't think that would change if we look at catch state water catches for any of the BSAI stocks. And then I'll start, since I was also assigned to the Eastern Bering Sea pollock. That was all my general comments. If there are other general comments to BSAI, we can incorporate that broadly apply to BSAI only. We can keep track of those and add those later. So do you want me to go ahead and go into BSAI pollock?
Sure. And my only question is actually just on the last one. So as far as overfishing, overfished, or approaching an overfished condition, we will state that it wasn't in the, do you mean 2024 SAFE?
Yes.
Great. And then, and I may just have misheard, and that we don't expect that that would change given given catches in 2025?
Yeah, if you want to get a note that we don't expect it to change, or if we get any updates on that, we can incorporate that.
Great, thank you. And then, nope, go ahead. That'd be great.
Okay, so for Eastern Bering Sea pollock, and I'll try to keep this short. This is, of course, an annual assessment, so maybe a little additional scrutiny. But the SSC reviewed the available survey and ESR information that we saw yesterday. Public testimony specific to walleye pollock supported the adoption of the preliminary specs from October, but one commenter in writing, Fred Yeck from the catcher vessel Sea Dawn, noted the challenge of finding harvestable pollock during the bee season last year or this year and requested a lower TAC of 1.2 million tons. I think the only potential concerns for this stock are the generally high recruitment variability for this stock, which is why it is an annual assessment. And then as noted in some of the public comments, perhaps a bottom trawl survey trend and the difficulties of finding harvestable pollock. So I'll just cover 2 points. So as discussed last year, there is large uncertainty in the strengths of the 2018 year class that really makes up the bulk of the population at this point, and that strongly affects projections of SSB. So it's relevant to these projections. This has resulted in some retrospective patterns that are associated with initially overestimating a year class, and then in subsequent years, the estimated strengths of that year class tends to diminish, and that happened both with the 2012 and with the 2018 year classes. However, the estimate of the 2018 year class in particular had a much reduced variance in last year's assessment, and the spawning stock biomass projection for 2026 actually had a level of uncertainty that was very similar to the estimated uncertainty in 2024 and 2025. So we're not really in more risky territory here if we believe the model. The second concern noted in public comments over the lack of harvestable fish and the decline in the bottom trawl survey is something that we can't fully address here, but however, there were increases in the index of the midwater biomass from the AOV survey, and then increases in the northern Bering Sea that are on a much smaller scale but may suggest some spatial redistribution. And moreover, I would say the variability in the available abundance and biomass indices was certainly well within the typical range of variability that we typically see in those surveys for that stock. So given those considerations, combined with a generally favorable environment for pollock at this time, that was evident in like average to good prey conditions and above average indices of body condition, I would suggest that no reductions from the preliminary OFL and ABC are warranted, and recommend that those be adopted for a final specification.
I've got a question on process. So I was thinking we were going to go through and identify stocks that we would talk about. Should we actually just talk about the stocks one by one and make the decision now? In other words, who do I call on process-wise next?
Yeah, I was thinking we'll go through each stock, not making a final decision. I'm just recommending that we stick with the preliminary specs. We'll see what my co-lead has to say, and then go through it stock by stock, but wait for the final determination of whether we accept all the recommendations or whether there is a stock that we want to consider something else. We can do that at the very end. So does that make sense? Just so we have that picture across stocks at the very end for considering whether, just to make sure we're consistent in terms of potential reductions based on any concerns.
Yes, definitely think that we should do the consistency. So, and I see two hands up. My question for you is, so hear from you and your co-leads. So go through all of the co-leads, but not have comments from the rest of the SSC until later?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, if there are direct comments, I don't think there's any need to either voice support if you agree with the leads, but if there are comments relevant to those concerns that may add to them or deviate from our recommendation, I think it would be good to air those early on.
So essentially we can go through stock by stock and then we'll just do a consistency check at the end.
Yeah, unless you think that would take too long. I don't think so.
I am good with anything. Let's go to Dana and then Bob.
Yeah, along the lines of process there, I thought we stated yesterday that we were not going to go through like all the details on each stock. I appreciated it, Franz. It was good, but that will take quite a bit longer. And I thought we were going to say, well, if there was a concern that rose to the top for a reduction, that was what we were going to state. So I don't think we need all the leads and co-leads to say all those things. Thanks.
Great. And Bob?
I was going to say the same thing, Madam Chair. I agree with Dana. And I think, we also had an excellent staff presentations that highlight a lot of this. And I agree with, I think, where we landed on having everyone just do the stocks, go through once. We have to go through multiple times. It would also take too long. That way people can address any concerns that they have right away.
Sounds great. Jason?
I guess I agree as well, and I think we went through that list of criteria that we were supposed to look at. So when we put this in our minutes, it'll follow that format, the list of things that we're supposed to evaluate. So I don't think we necessarily need to read everything on the record as long as we're following that list that we discussed.
That sounds great. And I think just for the public, we're trying to figure out how in a day and a half to get through all of these stocks and come up with a decision. So some of this is trying to triage what information is already available to the public and whatnot. So what I will do then is, okay, so for EBS Pollock, thanks, Franz. And next we'll go to Rob.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with everything Franz said. And the only thing I just want to emphasize, just because there was public comment related to the 30% decline notice this year in the survey, and it's more in line with that. 2024 was relatively high in terms of the past 5-year series. So 2025 is kind of more in line with the previous 3 years. So that decline, just to put that, what was referred to as a decline in context as far as the survey. But yeah, we definitely understand the effect of the limited or difficulty in with the catcher vessels in the fall, and understand the comments that were provided regarding that.
Thanks, Rob. Any other SSC comments on EBS Pollock? Okay, sounds good. Next is EBS PCOD, and I'll go to Dana.
Thanks. Sticking with my own guidance, there was a small decline in the trawl survey. Ecosystem conditions seemed okay, and therefore we moved to adopt the 2026 preliminary specs and 27 for ABC and OFL.
Thanks, Dana. Martin.
Yeah, that's great. I guess I don't have anything to add. I guess just had a question. Where's the catch going in? Is it up or, is the ABC going up or down?
The ABC is decreasing 8%, so similar to the trawl survey decrease.
Yeah, okay. That'd be another reason not to raise a red flag.
To raise a red flag? Oh, okay, great. Thank you. All right, and there was a hand up, I thought. No problem. Okay, so stick with preliminary specs for EBS PCOD. Aleutian Islands Pacific COD. We'll go to Bob Foy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just cutting to the chase, we don't recommend, or I don't recommend any change from the previous OFLs and ABCs for 26 and 27. The assessment moved from a tier 5 to a tier 3 in 2024, addressing some previous concerns where there was additional buffer that was removed in that 2024 process. Catch in 2024 and 25 was well below the TAC. The only concern on this one was the discussion that we had regarding natural mortality and average recruitment being used in the long term. Again, that was addressed in the process in 2024.
Okay, and I'll go to Jason.
I don't have anything to add. Bob covered it, and I agree.
Yeah, Franz.
Just one thing to make sure that I did not, if there were stock specific public testimony, we need to bring that up somewhere. I think I characterized a general recommendation. If there were other stock specific recommendations, please make sure to bring those up, and I'll look through them again to make sure that we didn't miss any. I think it may have only applied to some of the GOA stocks.
Yeah, the three that I remember, and maybe people can help me, but I think that it was GOA Pollock, GOA Cod. I know that GOA POP came up in public testimony. Were there sablefish, rockfish? Were there rockfish? So no to rockfish. Okay. No problem. Great. So when we get to, yeah, go ahead, Dana.
There was public testimony germane to Bering Sea Pacific Cod as well from FLC and others that supported using the specs.
Great. So we already covered that. Yep, we already covered that, and we're sort of in line with where public testimony was. Okay. Jason.
Did FLC had some comments regarding GOA PCOD as well and raising the specs?
Great. So when we get to GOA PCOD, I'm writing this down, sorry, GOA Pollock, sablefish, GOA POP, we will mention that, but we've already covered the EBS COD one. Okay. So that was AI PCOD. Next is a yellowfin sole, and I'll go to Ally.
Yeah, thank you. Sticking with a relatively short format here, I didn't identify any risk factors that would warrant a change from the preliminary 2026 OFLs and ABCs. So I would recommend that we stick with those for final specifications. Survey results are relatively stable, though below the long-term mean. We had some new information from the Northern Bering Sea that indicated a decline, but the relative amount of biomass up there is relatively small. There were no elevated risk scores in the previous assessment. And ecosystem conditions looked either relatively favorable or neutral. I'm not sure if this is the best place to bring this up, but in October, we saw proposed models for yellowfin sole, and at that time, the plan team and we agreed on moving forward tier 3 models for this stock, which would represent a change from tier 1. And so I guess I'm assuming that this is maybe the place to note this on record. But given what we were discussing as criteria for what might go into our subgroup discussion prior to the February meeting, it would seem that an assessment that is changing tier would increase our prioritization level for that particular stock. And so I would just want to elevate yellowfin sole in that respect. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Ally. Next, go to Franz for yellowfin sole.
Yeah, I agree with Ali's comments and nothing to add.
Okay, I'm not seeing other SSC hands. Sorry, working to keep notes in order. Let's see. Okay, next one would be Bering Sea and Aleutian Island Greenland turbot, and we'll go first to Dana.
Yeah, thank you. This was a stock that had a level 3 assessment concern last time we looked at it. The authors were planning a full assessment this cycle. We saw some models in October, but obviously we're not seeing those now. Because of those concerns with the assessment and also a pretty substantial retrospective pattern, the SSC recommended a 25% buffer last time and included it in the 2026 specs, and I recommend we keep that buffer and keep this preliminary specs. And I would recommend the apportionment stays the same until we see new apportionment. Thanks.
So did you have something? Sorry, I can't hear up here. Okay. Okay, so that's Greenland turbot. We'll go to Curry for that as well. So I don't see Curry.
Sherry,
Yes.
for what it's worth, he responded to my email yesterday.
Oh, great. Hey, Curry. We're gonna go to you. We were talking about Greenland turbot, and Dana recommended keeping the buffer that we put on last year that's already in the 2026 specs, but essentially keeping the 26 rolling over or keeping the same as 2026 specs and also keeping the apportionment the same. And I'm wondering if you have any additional comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies, my internet cut out. I'm having flashbacks to when we were doing these things from home every time. I have no additions. The only thing that I would add is that, in reviewing the ecosystem information, there's not an emergent concern. And of course, the actual catch to ABC ratio for the stock is quite low, so very low concern. And I'm not sure if it was mentioned or not. One of the things that we were looking to see in this assessment cycle in 2025 was a potential new apportionment method. Obviously, that is going to be put on hold until the next assessment cycle.
Great, thanks, Curry. I'm looking, I don't see other comments on Greenland turbot. So we'll then go on to EBS Northern Rockfish, and for that, we'll go to Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. After SSC considered the 15 points that we identified in our review process, we did not identify additional concerns that would warrant changing from the preliminary specifications. So SSC recommends adopting preliminary 2026, 2027 OFLs and ABCs for BSI Northern Rockfish and continue to apply the current BSI-wide spatial apportionment for final specs.
Thanks, Brad. We'll go to Pat.
Thank you. I agree with the statement Brad has provided and have no further comment.
Okay, I don't see other SSC hands. We'll go to Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Skates, and for that, we'll go to Andrew.
Great, thanks, and might not be as efficient as other people. Just for BSAI Skate, we were supposed to receive a full assessment this year. It's a complex with a tier 3 age structured model for Alaska skate and a tier 5 random effects model for all other skates. I guess the thing to, after going through the 15 points, the thing that I wanted to raise was that for the tier 3 Alaska skate component in the 2023 full assessment, the last full assessment, noted a number of concerns with the assessment, which garnered a level 2 for assessment related concerns in the risk table. The most notable concerns in this respect were overestimation of the biomass during colder years and underestimation during warmer years. And we might note in the information received from the ESR for Bering Sea is that we're moving into a warmer period in the fall and projected forecasted for 2026. The other issue was substantial retrospective bias with indication that the model is overestimating the spawning biomass. Despite this elevated risk, we kept ABC. ABC was set at the maximum permissible level. However, during this assessment cycle, which was going to be a full assessment, it was noted that the accepted 2023 model did not converge because some parameters were on bounds and other parameters had very high relative standard errors. So bit of a red flag there. And the authors were exploring alternative models, age structure models, which we saw some in October and recommended bringing forward for this meeting. And the authors were also going to explore tier 4 and tier 3 models for this stock. I guess in respect to that, from just the preliminary results that we saw back in October and what we saw presented by Dr. Stram at this meeting was that the current base model that the specs are based on are probably giving us conservative specifications. And so given all of that, I don't think there is any new information that warrants any further reduction from maximum ABC. And so I think we should recommend going forward with the preliminary OFL and ABC specs for 2006 2026-27. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Rob.
I concur. Nothing else to add.
Okay, thank you. I don't see other hands for skates. So other rockfish then in the Bering Sea as well. And that I'll go to Andrew.
One-two punch. Thanks. Yeah, again, after going through the different items that we're looking at, I guess the things of note with the other rockfish, Bering Sea, other rockfish, was that there is a large 23% decline in estimated biomass noted in the 2024 operational assessment, which was strongly influenced by a 61% decline in the EBS slope longline survey index of short spine thorny heads between 2021 and 2023. So this is information that we've received before. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because the SSC had requested that if available, survey results be brought forward for the September 2025 BSA plan team meetings. With that, there was no new survey information available for this complex for this meeting. I just note that the short spine thorny head biomass estimate is showing a decline starting in 2015, but leveling off in 2023 and 2024. And the other species within the complex show generally stable or increasing biomass trends. So given that, I don't think there's any, recommend that there isn't any reason to warrant any reduction from maximum ABC. I guess I should maybe jumped ahead a little bit. Just some notes about catch relative to ABC. In 2024, the total BSAI catch exceeded the BSAI-wide ABC by 8%. And for 2025, as of November 8th, it was within 3% of the catch was within 3% of the ABC. This does have apportionments between the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and for catch didn't exceed the ABC, the sub-area ABC for the Eastern Bering Sea sub-area in either 24 or 25, but for the Aleutian Islands sub-area, the catch was 151% of the ABC in 2024 and 126% of the ABC in 2025 as of November 8th. So we're the catch within that sub-area is exceeding, within the Aleutian Islands has been exceeding the sub-area ABC. Just to note in relation to this, that in the September 2025 plan team report, it did note that there were some questions regarding recent increases in non-target catches of rockfish in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, in particular, the composition of other rockfish complex of the increased catches, and noted increased fleet behavior regarding avoidance of black spotted rough-eye complex. And just noting that short spine thorny head comprise more of the incidental catch of the POP fishery, while dusky rockfish, which are part of the other rockfish complex, comprise a majority of the incidental catch in the Atka mackerel fishery. The 2024 risk table, which the last time it was updated, noted level 2 concerns as far as assessment-related considerations due to the lack of the Eastern Bering Sea slope trawl surveys. Level 2 for population dynamic considerations, given the 61% decrease in longline surveys for the short spine thorny head between 2021 and 2023. and fishery performance considerations also had a level 2, given the potential for approaching or exceeding the OFL. But given all that, ABC was still set at the maximum permissible back in 2024. So I guess the point is that there's no new information there. Sorry, I'm just making sure I got everything. I thought I had my notes organized. Apportionment. Yeah, I guess I already talked about the. Oh, I guess, yeah, there's no, as far as apportionment, I don't think there wasn't any plan for changes in apportionment methods. And so I think we just keep the apportionments the same as in the preliminary specifications. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Next we'll go to Curry.
Thanks, Andrew, for the comprehensive description. I agree completely, and that we move forward and support the preliminary specifications as described in October.
Great. Okay. All right. I don't see any comments on that from other members. So we'll move on to Shortraker. Sorry about that. And we'll go to Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. The SSC considered BSI Shortraker rockfish. We did not identify additional concerns that would warrant a buffer beyond the 2024 Tier 5 calculation. Therefore, we recommend adopting the preliminary OFL and ABC for 2026 and 2027 with the existing spatial apportionment carried forward.
Thanks, Brad. Fabio.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I agree with everything that Brad said, and I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Great. I think that I think it's probably worth putting in our report. We covered this sort of in the general process, but essentially we're following the process that council staff laid out. But the last two stocks that we talked about, other rockfish and Shortraker in the BSAI, were not listed on their right-hand sides. They were actually off-cycle assessments. The reason that we're talking about them is because the SSC noted them, flagged them last December, and was looking for more information and comments from plan team this year to see whether or not there were concerns. We didn't hear anything from the plan team on those, and so we're just talking about, is there additional information in 2026 that would change our decision from last year, which both of those were set at the max ABC. And there were no surveys for these two stocks. And so essentially our recommendation is to stick with, for these off-cycle stocks, to stick with the max ABC that we mentioned in 2024, because the concerns that we listed, and there were a number of them, existed in 2024 as well. I may not remember that when I come around for a final summary, so I'm mentioning that now. And it will be in our minutes. Wonderful. And that was Shortraker. So I believe that, were there any other stocks that I think for our process, we adopted the process, which is council staff's plus looking at these two others. Are there any other comments on any other Bering Sea stocks? Okay, so we will use the preliminary specifications for all of those for the reason we mentioned in the process discussion. My summary for all of these is that given all the things we listed and considered in this process discussion and species by species and the ones that we named, if my memory is correct, without going through all my minutes, I believe that we are keeping the 2026 final specifications. Our recommendation is the same as the preliminary specifications that we made in October for the Bering Sea. My question now is there, are there any questions? And I don't know whether to do, actually, let's go through the GOA for 2026 specs. And then at the end, we can see if there's any consistency check we need to talk about. So, and we would love a break right now. So it's 9:40. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break and come back at 5 to 10. Hi, let's bring it back together. All right, welcome back. Yesterday we mentioned we were talking about overfish and overfishing status, or maybe that was this morning. It's kind of all blending in, and we were going to revisit that after we went through stock by stock for Bering Sea. So I'd just like to go, and this was after talking about catches and state catches yesterday. So I'd just like to go back to France for the Bering Sea to just clarify where we've landed for overfish and overfishing.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. So the language in our current draft of the report will say, based on currently available catch estimates, no stocks were experiencing overfishing in 2025. No stocks with reliable biomass reference points were overfished or approaching an overfished condition as of December 2024. Overfish status cannot be assessed this year due to the lack of any updated assessments.
Great. So I think that with the past discussion we've had on this, that's where we landed, and that's what we will be putting in our report for the Bering Sea stocks. All right. Thanks, Franz. Next, we're going to move on to Gulf of Alaska specifications for 2026 and 2027. I had one more point. I don't know whether when we went through all the individual stocks, I don't know whether we mentioned apportionment for every stock. And so what I'd like to say just for the record is if there wasn't a noted change in apportionments, my assumption from listening to you all is that any apportionments from the 2026 preliminary specifications, we're recommending those stay the same unless we bring it up on the record. And it sounds I'm seeing nods, so I think that that's, again, what we sort of meant in case we did it through silence. All right. So now let's go ahead and move to the Gulf specs, and I will go to Martin to start sort of a summary before we go through individual assessment stocks.
Okay, thanks. If we're going to want to repeat that or just sort of somehow bundle the Gulf and the Bering Sea together, but I don't need to repeat everything. So just there was some specific public testimony on the Gulf in general, and there was a comment that to make as tightly packed. General principle. There was also public testimony, and I think it's also just a relevant thing, was that we saw some fairly consistent changes in the survey. Sort of went up and down seemingly in concert. The flatfish generally went up, and rockfish went down, and I think gators were up as well. And we don't have the benefit of filtering those results through assessments this year. So we just have that as a potential concern, but really no way to address it specifically in any of the stocks in the Gulf. And I think those are the two. Oh, we can repeat Franz's statement that based in the Gulf of Alaska, based on the stock assessments completed in 2024, no stocks were subject to overfishing in 2023, nor were any overfished in 2024, nor were any approaching a condition of being overfished. And furthermore, based on the 2024 catches in the federal fishery plus the state managed fishery in the Gulf of Alaska, no stocks were subject to overfishing in 2024. No, 2024, that's the last completed year. 2025 isn't finished yet, so we can't make an overfishing determination for 2025. Is that what Franz said, or we need to rectify that?
Either I'm hearing yeah, does somebody that I can call on
Franz.
on the microphone? Franz.
I'm not the expert on that, but I thought we had been considering the catches to the best of our ability in 2025 to make an overfishing determination for 2025. Was the available information for 2024? Oh, it's just 20.
So I can read the our statement from last year, which we're trying to do the same thing this year. And that is, last year, we said that no stocks were subject to overfishing in 2023. So this year we would say that it's 2024, like Martin mentioned. In reviewing the status of stocks, we concur in 2024, there were none approaching that were overfished or approaching an overfished condition in 24. We do not have updated assessment information to evaluate that for 2025. Is that, I'm seeing nods from Jason.
That's consistent with what I think it should be, but so I need to make sure that that's the same language, and we'll use the same language in the Gulf and Bering Sea for clarity.
Great, because I think what we were talking about is whether the I'm sorry, what? Okay. Sorry, I completely lost it. Yeah, Jason.
Yeah, I think it should be 2024 for overfishing because that's the year in which we have a full year of catch. So we don't have a full year of catch for 2025 yet. So overfishing wouldn't be made for this year.
Yes, and our discussion about the end of the year catch is because we are looking at the specs sheet and we were trying to make sure that that is the same thing that the authors normally look at for the year of completed catch. So is it worth me saying this again, or are we on board?
I think we're good.
Great. All right. Okay, so we've got that set for the Gulf as well. There were two things I was going to ask you, Martin, for clarifications. One was the that because we don't have assessments, we only have survey data, we don't have a way to address it. But in our process discussion, we said we didn't have a way to account for that quantitatively, but we could account for it. And the SSC normally does if there's information that's outside, new information in 2025 that's outside the assessment or the tier system. And so I just want to make sure that we're saying the same thing that we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, it's a little more subtle than that, in that we had concerns about this sort of directionality of some of the broad trends for different species groups. And that's something that ideally you would want to sort of work through in a stock assessment on a stock by stock basis. And we can't really do that here because we don't, I mean, it's like the example a couple we're going to have to wrestle with. One is that big increase in cod in the survey. And if you were able to put that into an assessment, the model would either decide to fit it or not based on its consistency with the other information that's available. But since we don't have that type of analysis, we have to just take that number without really knowing how much faith to put in it. And that's sort of a different sort of concern.
Isn't the directionality not a question of uncertainty in how it fits in the assessment, but a question about the restratification and whether or not it's representative? So in other words, that part wouldn't be evaluated in an assessment, would it? I mean, that would be something. Anyway, go ahead.
No, you're right. That wouldn't, and that would have been also nice to have seen, that maybe we would have gotten that if we had people available to work on it. But it obviously didn't happen either.
One thing as far as the process goes is that we were told that we could ask Bob or Chris or Melissa any information, whether or not AFAC had any information on that. I don't know whether or not that's anything you would speak to, or we just go with what Martin said and the sort of October information. I guess I'd be interested to go to you, Bob, if there's anything additional or not.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. No, is the answer. We don't have anything additional to share on that topic. I think the way Martin articulated it is exactly the best available information we have right now for that topic.
Okay, sounds great. The other thing I was going to ask you, Martin, there was one other thing. Can anybody remind me, have we spoken to, when you mentioned public testimony, you mentioned that public testimony suggested more flexibility in the Gulf to make adjustments to for preliminary specs. And my recollection of the public testimony was that they were actually asking to increase OFLs and ABCs. Have we addressed that already in our process discussion? Or is that what you were meaning when you brought up public testimony?
There were actually two things. One was an increase in an upwards movement in the specs based on that survey increase. That was one specific thing, but there was also a sort of general comment about from a different public speaker that talked about having sort of flexibility in terms of being able to make adjustments in the Gulf. And that wasn't specific to any stock.
Great. And so we can address those individually, stock by stock, as we go through? Is that what you were thinking?
The flexibility is a general comment, concept. I will address the PCOD question in the PCOD section.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. That's general process. Brad, did you have anything that you wanted? I look surprised. I'm always scared to call on people because you don't know I'm coming there. Did you have anything to add to this general process, Brad?
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. I just would add one small point to what Martin talked about regarding the GOA survey. We spoke to concerns regarding the restratification and change in sampling design in our October minutes. It's already on the record. It's something that we identified as signal that really seemed to be aligned potentially with some changes in sampling. So it's already part of our existing conversation. So I think it's appropriate to roll it into how we interpret GOA trends.
Thanks, Brad. Andrew.
Yeah, I guess I might bring up in relation to the survey, we did receive public comment, which was talking about the surveys in general about how rockfish were typically down in the survey this past year, whereas flatfish were up, and then some, I guess, best way to characterize it, anecdotal information from one of the vessel operators about how some of the stations that typically catch a lot of rockfish weren't sampled this past year. So I just thought I'd bring that up. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Okay. Then let me switch over to my other sheet and we'll start going through stocks. I'm having Okay, I think I got my act together. Let's start with sablefish, and for that, we'll go to Jason.
Yeah, just to start off, we had public comment on sablefish from Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, Linda Bankin. They had concerns about harvested juvenile sablefish and truncated age distribution and encouraged conservative management. They also expressed support for ongoing review of control rule and management strategy evaluations. Regarding the harvest specifications, a couple of points I will highlight here about this stock. One is the 2024 sablefish assessment showed positive trends in recruitment and spawning biomass with all year classes since 2014 estimated to have been at or well above average recruitment. The estimated spawning biomass continued to increase in the 2024 assessment from previous with 2014 year class, and was about 90% mature in that assessment. And the spawning biomass in that assessment was at 63% of B naught and projected to increase to 73% in 2025. I also note that the catch from 2024 and 2025 is below the ABC, about 49% below in 2024, 46 below in 2026, noting the TAC has also been set lower than the ABC. So the SSC in December 2024 differed from the stock assessment authors in that we recommended a level 2 concern for this assessment. We had concerns about 3 data streams that typically inform the assessment that were not available. And we noted concerns about potential reduced growth, length, weighted age due to high abundance of younger fish, which is not captured in the model and could lead to overestimation of current biomass. And from this, we determined that a 5% reduction from the maximum ABC was warranted for this stock. And yes. So I think those concerns still remain. So I would recommend that and those are included in the preliminary OFL, that 5% reduction for max ABC. So I would carry that forward and recommend that the 2025 preliminary OFL and ABC and apportionment be adopted for the 26, 27 specifications. And also that they, yeah, and that includes the apportionments too. So carrying that forward. That's what I have.
Thanks, Jason. Chris.
Yeah, the only thing to add is just to make sure that we have on there is that we did receive public testimony from Linda Benkin, if I got that correctly, and some recommendation to reduce from maximum ABC was her recommendation, just to characterize that real quickly. So just to make sure that we get that in there. And that's it. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Chris. I don't see additional comments on sablefish. So let's move to Gulf of Alaska pollock. And for that, we'll go to Brad.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. So before I cover the SSC's recommendation, I want to speak to public testimony. So we did get some public testimony from members of the industry that kind of covered the Bering Sea Aleutians and Gulf collectively and identified support for moving forward with the preliminary specifications. Given that's our baseline, I'm not going to speak to that, but I will highlight that there was public testimony from, I know, Patty and Julie Bonney. Allie has really good notes on this, so I'll rely on her for the specifics. See who else I list here. I wanted to specifically highlight testimony that suggested the SSC open this assessment and consider making some revisions. And so this is really stemming from the 2025 survey information that we saw in October that showed a 32% increase in the GOA bottom trawl survey index for pollock. Substantial increases in the Shelikoff winter acoustic biomass and a big abundance bump compared to 2024, which is consistent with the 24 assessment conclusions that the biomass is high and the probability of dropping below any conservation threshold is really low. However, as noted earlier in October, we did discuss some concerning trends in the survey. These include changes that occur in the first year after a restratification and a survey redesign for the Gulf. And this includes some new, certain new sampling areas. We heard in public testimony concern over changes in gear interaction with rougher habitats and the potential for the survey to be more reflective of smooth flat grounds. Similar to the concerns the SSC brought forward earlier in October. So we look at the gild level patterns that Martin highlighted in terms of several flatfish, groundfish groups that are increasing while across the board rockfishes are decreasing, and suggest that this is maybe to do with survey catchability or other performance rather than true changes in abundance. So the SSC notes the industry testimony requesting higher pollock harvest in light of these positive survey signals, but given the 2025 and 2026 ABCs are already set at max ABC, and that the 24 catch reports, risk tables, and ecosystem indicators all point to a healthy stock with no elevated concerns, this is not a scenario where we can open this up and address it with a buffer. We would have to re-estimate ABC and OFL. We've identified as an SSC that that's outside of our process at this time. And so we really can't address that in this particular instance. So we acknowledge the survey data bump, but identify this, this stock as not having scientific basis to revise the preliminary specifications. And so we recommend that those are adopted as final specs going forward.
All right. Thanks, Brad. Curry.
Yeah, thanks. I concur with what Brad said. Obviously, some promising signs for Gulf pollock, both from the acoustic survey and the bottom trawl survey. At the same time, we're contending with what might be a change in catchability for some species, given the restratification and as Brad pointed out, there was no recommended reduction from max ABC in 2024, so we have nowhere to go. So
Hey, Curry. So we're having some distortion, and then it sounds like you went muted. Let me repeat what I understood, and then I'm going to ask if you can amend that with pieces that I missed. So got it. Curry, can you actually give us an indication whether or not you can hear us?
I can hear you. Yes.
Oh,
Can you
great.
hear me?
Yes, we're only laughing because for some reason your voice is slowed down dramatically. So yes, I'm glad you can hear us. Let me repeat what I understood, and then hopefully you can amend. You agreed with what Brad said. There are promising signs in the survey. However, we noted that there was changes in restratification, and some of those signs in the survey could be affected by changes in catchability or something else because of the restratification. The stock last year, we had the ABC at maximum permissible. So there's not really a way to go up from that. And that, I think, is where I lost you.
That is perfect. I concur with Brad. Thank you for your summary.
That's great. Thank you, Curry. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to call on other members of the SSC. Martin.
Okay, I'm going to resist the temptation to speak really slowly, but no, I guess, I mean, this is a concept we haven't dealt with before, and I mean, we hadn't really considered whether we could increase from the preliminary specifications, and if so, I mean, we were sort of taking it as everything that we would do would be a reduction from that ABC value. And so, is that correct? I mean, we don't have scope for increasing an ABC in this context?
So the precedent that I recall is that when we were talking about the risk table back in 2021, in June of 2021, we had the risk table workshop, and we discussed whether or not it was possible to have increases as well as decreases due to risk table considerations when you've got a maximum ABC. And based on the definition of how you set the ABC as it's the uncertainty in the true but unknown OFL, our conclusion at that point was, no, we couldn't go up. You can only make additional reductions down. That's my recollection of precedent, but I'm completely open to anybody's additional thoughts or recollections. Yeah, if council staff can speak to that, that'd be great. Diana Stram is here.
Thank you, through the chair. If you remember when we had the harvest control rule workshop in June, the maximum ABC control rule is fixed in the FMP. So by tier level, that is fixed. Going below it is at your discretion. Going above it is not possible under our current FMP control rules by tier level.
Thanks, Diana. Let's go
Okay.
back to Martin.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I guess okay. I mean, it seems like we're in a kind of different situation here in that it, and I mean, it seems like it could make sense to increase from the values that we have, but I guess I understand that, and it's kind of a different situation. It's not a risk table situation because we have information that would normally be incorporated into an assessment, but we don't have the assessment. And so it's sort of, we have a survey result that seems promising and we don't have any kind of scope at all to reflect that, appears. I mean, I'm okay with that. It makes things easier, but it does seem a little strange to me.
Franz.
Yeah, I mean, I think in my understanding, based on our earlier discussions, we don't really have a scope to go above max ABC, consistent with what Steph just said. And even if we could, we don't really have a basis for selecting a better max ABC based on any new information that we have at this point.
Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. That's Franz's point there is the one that I intended to make. Yes, we have a process with risk tables, but in this instance, we would have to be willing to change an OFL and an ABC based on a raw survey data point outside of a stock assessment. And there's no process whereby we get to do an assessment between now and when these specifications go forward. And so I concluded that we don't have sufficient scientific basis to revise an ABC and an OFL in this particular procedural, whatever we'll call it, situation that we're in. And so that's specifically what I was talking about, not so much that, we can move an ABC and an OFL around through the assessment process, and then we can buffer below it after we receive those. We don't have an assessment process to stick this data point into. So that's my point.
So it sounds, does that address your concern, Martin? It sounds like, I mean, if we just go to majority of people speaking, it sounds like we're back with, we don't have a way to adjust the OFL and the max ABC without an assessment. And so, no, at this point, we don't see a way to actually increase the ABC. And I'm wondering, I can tell you're still thinking, so I'll wait for Martin.
No, I guess I'm glad we went through this because we hadn't really specifically articulated that previously. So now we have, and it's clear, and I appreciate it. I guess, I mean, the one situation where we could do something would be if the max or the ABC was set below the max ABC, we could move it up. Like for sablefish, maybe we could have taken away the 5% buffer if we wanted to. But so that's clear. But okay, so that helps define the scope for action, and that's really useful. Thanks.
Yeah, and this may be something that's worth putting in our process discussion up top, since it's not specific to a stock, it's in general. And then your comment also of if there was a previous reduction from max ABC, we could adjust that. But re-estimating a max ABC or a OFL is not possible without an assessment. So I think those 2 points, I think in process, maybe whether we put it in process or under the stock, it doesn't matter, but that'd be great to have that in the minutes. Okay, I don't see any other comments. Just one sec. Kaylin.
Yeah, I just have one kind of clarifying question because I always thought, so in Martin, this example, you have a case where something would enter the stock assessment and that would make a difference. But I guess I'm thinking of this case where you could adjust the risk tables, but that's supposed to be things that are outside of the stock assessment. So I kind of playing that example through, if you have something that would enter and improve the stock assessment, but you still have that same category of kind of concern that lies in a risk table, it's not clear to me you could go back and adjust the risk table without rationale that fits the risk table rationale. Is that meant? I see
I
Brad
can-
is like not making
Yeah,
sense.
no, I can take a stab at it and
Yeah.
then Martin can, or do you want to go? You can go, Brad.
Yeah, maybe
All right.
one way to clarify this is not a policy issue, or this is about scientific evidence at this point in our process. It's not about risk tables. Those are the things, the comments we made are, I think, accurate. But the reason we're not moving the bar up with ABC and OFL is not because of something that's in the risk table or the risk table structure. We're faced with a scenario where we have an ABC and an OFL, we have a new data point that's not incorporated into the assessment and it's higher. We don't know what would happen if we plugged it into the assessment because we haven't done it. And we don't have a basis to just ad hoc revise the ABC and the OFL. And so it's about the scientific information we have now and the process that Bob laid out in terms of what can be done between now and furthermore, I think it risks, as we heard in public testimony, concern that doing something other than making a buffer adjustment could potentially jeopardize the fishery. Because we don't know what sorts of review would have to happen if we did an out of process amendment to an OFL and an ABC. And so that constitutes a significant risk to the fishery, or whether or not those specs could be authorized in time for implementation. And so there is no stock assessment process between now and when the fishery begins to put this data point into. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the risk table from my standpoint.
Let's go back to Kaylin if you have, and then Jason.
Yeah, just a clarifying point. I was not commenting on the first point that I think Sherry was communicating. It was just the second point around you can change things that are related to buffers and risk tables. And I was just wondering, what is the criteria that you would use to be able to do that?
Yeah, I can certainly try. And I think that this may be actually important for our process, but other people may have to I welcome restatement. We've got the OFL and the max ABC that are essentially set because it's determined by an assessment. That's Brad has covered that. In 2024, in December of 2024, we looked at risk tables that were developed that looked at any factors that are outside of the assessment and the tier system. Yep. And so for those, most stocks, there was not enough increased risk to make any reductions from max. For a couple of them, we did feel, based on those risk tables, that there was additional risk or concern, and we reduced those from max. In this year, the SSC is really commenting on, is there any new information that wasn't available in December 2024 that could affect our decision making? We've already stated for OFL and max ABC, you can't do that without an assessment. So the answer is no. For any reduction from max, any information in 2025 wasn't included in the risk table in 2024. And so I think that any effects from this year could be incorporated into increases or decreases in the reduction from max we said last year. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah, Franz may have a better way. Go ahead, Franz.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's stating the same thing. We can adjust a buffer that we set previously based on new information.
Does that get at your question, Kaylin?
I guess it would be, you can adjust a buffer for the same reasons you could always add or subtract a buffer. But I think one of them isn't necessarily, oh, I don't really like, I think the ABC that's coming out of the model is too high, or it would need to be a rationale that would be consistent with risk tables and buffers that is used in the past. And I think that, sorry, this took so long, but that would just be the one clarification on that second point, that I think it would need to be consistent with past risk table and buffer kind of decision making.
Absolutely. And I think that that's part of, so yesterday we were talking about what we're doing is very consistent with past process. And I think that the decisions we made last year of whether or not you make a reduction from max, that's the same decision process we're making this year with whatever information is available. I'm seeing some nods. Okay. Jason, did you have additional? Okay. Thanks, Kaylin. I think that's helpful. Okay, I believe that was Gulf Pollock. All right. Thank you, Allie. Next is Gulf Pequod, and first we'll go to Martin.
Thanks. And I think this discussion will help us with Gulf Pacific Cod. So the results from the bottom tile survey in 2025 showed a 39% increase, while the results from the longline survey, which is also used in the assessment, showed a decline of 5% from 2023, since no longline survey was done in 2024. So these results, while it's contrasting, provide some evidence that Pacific Cod is continuing its slow recovery from a severe population contraction during the 2014 to 2016 marine heat wave. The risk table for the 2024 assessment only indicated an elevated score for population dynamics due to the continuing low recruitment and slow recovery of the stock. As far as new environmental information, water temperatures were very warm in the Gulf of Alaska in 2025, but are projected to be near average in the coastal waters in 2026. Above average temperature may result in reduced recruitment. In 2025, the ABC was set to the maximum permissible. Relative to 2025, the proposed OFL and ABCs are 5.8% lower for the OFL and 6.1% lower for the ABC. We really, I don't, given the previous discussion, there was a public testimony that was interested in exploring a potential increase in the ABC for cod, but given the previous discussion, that isn't even on the table for us. So we don't have to consider that. Given all the sort of factors I discussed, I don't really see any red flags or reasons for increased concern about this stock. So therefore, I would recommend that we move forward with the preliminary OFLs and ABCs for this stock. And then finally, since we didn't see any new information on spatial distribution, we wouldn't recommend a change in the spatial apportionment for this stock.
Thanks, Martin. Fabio.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I agree with everything that Martin said, and I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabio. I'm not seeing other hands. So we will move on then to Pacific Ocean Perch. And for that, we'll go to Fabio first.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So to start, we have a public comment. So the SSC received public testimony from Julie Bonney, Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. The public testimony focused on 3 species in the Gulf of Alaska: pollock, peacock, and POP. POP is always caught by catch processors in the Gulf of Alaska, while the catcher vessels catch is driven by price. This year, 2025, the price was reasonable and the fisher harvest between approximately 80 to 85% of the overall quota. Regarding the decline observed this year in the bottom trout survey, and we also discuss here, the public testimony emphasized that all rockfish species decreased. It also noted that the skipper on the survey vessel reported that some deeper stations were not sampled this year. In terms of catch remains below TAC and ABC. In the survey results, as we point out, like for POP, 46% decline in the current year. And however, we need to take in consideration a couple of things that we already discussed here. In terms of the risk table, so this stock in the last assessment, he got some elevated risk, and that was for, just getting here, okay. And that was for the assessment considerations and pop die. Both of them were identified as level 2. However, in the December 2023 report, the SSC discussed that both should be noted as level 1. And also there is a consideration that for the population concern should lead to a conservative advice. And the SSC highlighted that the bias should be addressed in the next full assessment that should happen this year, so we don't have that information, since that indicates a structural issue in the model. Related to the 2025, we need to consider everything that we talk here and also what we heard from the public testimony. We need to consider that 70% stations were not sampled this year. And also in the 2023 assessment, the stock assessors, they highlighted the presence of several very large hauls in 2023, and that maybe reflect the large confidence intervals that we can see in the trends. I also mentioned the public testimony provided, and I suggest or I recommend that we adopted for final specifications the 2020 for 2026 and 2027, and also carry forward the 2026 and 2027 spatial apportionment. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. Jason.
Yeah, I agree with Fabio said. Maybe just one point of addition or clarification about the bias that was discussed in the last assessment. So the retrospective peels, the Stony stock biomass estimates, they've usually increased with the addition of new survey observations, and those increases have been large at up to 30%. And so I just note this, that the SSC discussed that when they were having their discussion about the population dynamics consideration, and noted that that was not an immediate population concern, as it would result in conservative advice.
Thanks, Jason. Not seeing other hands for POP. So next we'll go to rough-eye and black spotted. And for that, I'll give Allie a second, and then we'll go to Allie.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. Yeah, let me shift over into commenting mode. I guess I'll start at the outset. This was a little bit of a complicated one, but in my review, I don't. I would recommend that we actually adopt the preliminary OFL and ABCs for final specification. I did not identify any risk factors that would really warrant a change from that. There were several areas of concern, perhaps, that we did look at. Sorry, my notes are quite extensive here. So we did see, so as a complex, we're looking at two different species here. And so our results from the 2025 bottom trawl survey indicate that at the complex level, biomass is relatively stable, but below the long-term mean. Individually, rough-eye biomass did decrease by about 20%, but black-spotted biomass estimates increased by 52%. So there's a little nuance there when you break things out by species. There was no change in 2025 from the previous 2023 longline survey, and that does serve as a secondary index for this stock, as the bottom trough survey is generally not considered ideal for these two species. However, that 2023 longline survey result was the lowest in the time series. And so it does appear like we're kind of just remaining steady at a low level for those two. We did have a couple of elevated risk table scores from the 2023 assessment in the population dynamics category due to those overall declines in the surveys. In the longline survey, this is kind of reflecting a more long-term trend. And we had a 2 in the assessment category as well. We had positive retrospective patterns that necessitated making some changes in the model to increase its stability. And the model also wasn't doing a very good job at capturing those declines in the survey as well. And so in 2024, we saw this species again. We had a harvest projection for this species. And at that time, we continued a recommendation that we made in 2023 with the full assessment that we have a reduction from the maximum ABC. And so the harvest projection carried forward this reduction in maximum ABC. I'm not sure I'm going to describe that because it's a little complicated, but essentially those reductions equated to an approximate 10 to 12% buffer from the maximum ABC. And so that was set. And so that gives us projections for 25 and 26. This was another species where we were looking at evaluating a potential tier change in this current assessment cycle this year, and we did see preliminary models in October of 2025. And so this would be another species that I would highlight as a higher priority for the subgroup prior to the February meeting because of that tier change. So we were looking at some different models for the full assessment this year. And so I would highlight this species to that subgroup for that reason. So everything I just talked about kind of leads me back around to my initial recommendation where I suggest that we stay with the preliminary OFLs and ABCs because we already had incorporated a reduction to maximum ABC to account for these issues in those preliminary specifications. And so I do recommend that we just adopt those. I would also suggest that the apportionments be rolled over until we can get an updated assessment. I think that's all I have. Sid can let me know if I missed anything.
Thanks. My question for one of you is going to be, my understanding was just to talk through the reductions from the risk table again. My understanding was in 2023, we made a stepwise change, and I can't remember what step is in what year. So I can't remember if we actually have a reduction this year or if we're keeping it the same as a initial step. So I realize it's confusing, but if there's any way that one of you could speak to that, that would be great.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. I think I can tackle that. So let's see. The 2024 harvest projection carried over the same methodology for reducing from maximum as we recommended in the 2023 assessment. And so in the 2024 harvest projection, the recommended 2025 ABC was calculated as the mean of the ABC that was specified in 2023. So that would have been a reduction from max. And the maximum ABC from the 2024 harvest projection. And so that was carried over into the 2026 ABC, where the mean of the 25 ABC specified in 2023, and I have very detailed notes on this. The mean of the 2025 ABC specified in 2023 and the 2026 maximum ABC as estimated in 2024. And so, like I said, these reductions equate to an approximate 10% buffer for 2025 ABC and actually a 12% buffer for the 2026 ABC. And so my recommendation is that we stick with those preliminary harvest specifications for 2026. That would be based on the 2024 harvest specification, which is our most recent assessment. And that hopefully that clarifies what you're asking.
I think it does, because we'll have, at least we've got it on record. I mean, not, and then I think that we can describe that in written form a little bit better, but ultimately this started in 2023. We have a reduction from max in 2024 that was approximately 10%. Sorry, 2025 was 10%. 2026 was 12%, and that is already in the specification in the table. And so we will roll over those specs and a reduction from max of about 12%, just like we had done in October. Awesome. Okay. Thanks for that. Chris, Sid?
Nothing to add. Thanks.
Beautiful. I knew that was a complicated one, so thank you. Next one. Oh, sorry, I didn't even check for other hands. Not seeing anything. So for short raker, then we'll go to Andrew.
Great, thanks. I'll try to be a little more succinct and coherent on this summary than my last one. Yeah, so for Gulf of Alaska short raker, we were to receive a updated assessment this year. I didn't, in reviewing the information, I didn't note any elevated risks for anything that would warrant a reduction of the ABC from the max ABC as it's currently specified. Just some things to note. We did have survey results from this year. So the Gulf of Alaska bottom trawl survey showed a decrease of 21% from 2024, and the long line survey this year showed a decline of 16% from 2023, which was the last time the long line survey was conducted. I just note that, as with most rockfish, survey assessments generally show large annual variability. But just noting in the last full assessment in 2023 that the exploitable biomass estimates have been slowly declining for this species, this stock, since 2007. Just as far as catch in relation to ABC, so total catch in 2024 and catch up in 2025 up to November 8th were both below ABC. And similarly, the sub-area, there are 3 sub-area ABCs for Western Gulf of Alaska, Central Gulf of Alaska, and Eastern. The catch did not exceed those sub-area ABCs in 2024, but the catch in the Central Gulf of Alaska exceeded the sub area ABC by 90% in 2025. That brings to the next item, which is the apportionment. Bring this up because there's in 2023, the last full assessment, there was the authors and the plan team brought forward a change in the apportionment methodology that moving from just using the bottom trawl survey information to incorporating the long line survey. The plan team had recommended taking a stair-step approach similar to what we just heard about in rough eye black spotted. But at the time, the SSC recommended staying with the historical apportionment method, which uses just the bottom trawl survey, and part of the rationale was potential concerns of constraining fisheries in some of the sub areas, and the SSC at the time noted that there was no immediate conservation concern for this stock. With the updated assessment, the authors were going to bring forward a new methodology, and my understanding was going to be the same as what was proposed in 2023, but we don't have any new information on what those apportionments would have been. So with that, I think we just stick with the apportionments as they're specified in the preliminary specs. And I think, again, we just I recommend approving the preliminary specs for 2026 and 2027 as final specs. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I think that was the one we were dealing with spatial management. We delayed taking action so we could take it to the council and give them an opportunity. And that's actually what started part of the BRD conversation. So, okay, great. And Curry.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the only addition I have is that sort of reminding us that in the last assessment cycle in 2023, there were no elevated risk factors identified for this stock and no recommended reduction for max ABC. So that will continue forward. And also just to highlight, as Andrew articulated, we're in the process of, or the authors are in the process of proposing an updated apportionment method, and which brings it, or at least the use of both bottom trawl survey data as well as long line survey data is more consistent with the assessment model itself. And we look forward to seeing that in the next assessment cycle.
Thanks, Curry. We've got a hand from Martin.
Thanks. Yeah, this one is, I mean, the two surveys are, down. The ABC and OFL are been kept constant since 2024 and would be kept constant for another 2 years if what we're proposing. And to me, there's concern here, I guess, in terms of that we're not trying to maybe take some more conservative action based on some pretty consistent trends in the surveys. And I'm just wondering, I mean, I'm just wondering why you didn't really feel like there was the concern didn't raise to a level where some kind of potential action might be appropriate.
Andrew.
Yeah, that's a good question. And again, I think it comes back to some of our discussion. I think a point well taken. But it comes back to, what I think you talked about these are new data points. What does this mean in context of of the assessment model. And I don't think we have that information. So I think for me, it's I don't know, just, I guess it just didn't raise that to that level for me. But if others have a differing opinion, that's welcome.
I see Curry's hand up. So what if we go to Curry?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess in response to Martin's question, I was looking at two different things. One, obviously there was a decline in the GOA bottom trawl survey index for the species. We've had some pretty broad discussion about gill level differences, particularly across rockfish declines, and we're still trying to suss out what those mean in the context of the restratification that occurred in the 2025 assessment. The other aspect that I took into consideration was the actual realized catch relative to the ABC. Again, in 2024, it was about 54% of the ABC, and at least through November 8th was only 77% of the ABC in 2025. And so from a kind of conservation concern perspective, my immediate thought process was that, I doesn't seem like they're realizing the full ABC for the most part, and therefore additional risk might not be warranted or additional concern.
Yeah, and the only thing that I guess I would add to that is, we've talked in the past about that the amount of catch doesn't necessarily come into the definition of whether you make a reduction from ABC, but it could impact the amount of time we spend deciding on this. So I guess that would be my reframing of the ratio, but Curry can correct me if he feels differently. And then I see Martin's thinking.
Yeah, I guess, there's another one I want to talk about, but this was my second most concerning stock, and I think maybe I'm okay with going forward with the preliminary numbers, and that mainly because there was a pretty clear signal. It's not a super extreme one, so maybe the system has enough flexibility to accommodate that, and so maybe we can just let it go for now. I guess I'm okay with that.
Chris Sidden and then Ian.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a question for Martin. Would you think about a statement in the minutes that suggests that because this is biennial, that this gets kind of flagged to reevaluate fully next year? Thanks.
Yeah, this is definitely a species for which assessment is really needed to pull on board the data. So it'd certainly be one that I would give a lot of priority to. So maybe we can get that into the minutes.
Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight your concern, Sherry, that you raised a minute ago about using the ratio of catch to ABC as our rationale. I think our mandate is pretty clear that we're concerned only with the ABC exceeding the true but unknown OFL. And in that regard, pragmatically, it makes a lot of sense to prioritize based on the ratio of catch to ABC. But in terms of our specific logical rationale for making a decision about an ABC, I don't think we should be using that as the basis. So if we can get there without using that component, I think that would be better.
Curry.
Yeah, I think Ian makes a good point. So I'll withdraw that sort of justification for maintaining no reduction from the max ABC. I guess the other consideration we might put into our minutes is thinking about, obviously we're putting forward specifications for 2026 and 2027. Hopefully the 2027 specifications won't need to be used. But we might highlight that given the declining survey trends for the species, should those be used in the future, there probably additional precaution would be warranted in terms of the 2027 specification, given that this is all based off of a 2023 assessment.
Great. So so we'll leave 2027 as a rollover of 2026, but we'll just give a flag now that for preliminary specifications, when we talk about it in October, we may change this 2027. We'll come back to this conversation and possibly change it then. Is that what I'm understanding, Curry?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Andrew?
Yeah, just getting back to, highlighting this stock as priority for assessment next year. Just wanted to clarify. So it was an update assessment this year. I guess I just want to be specific. Is that what we're looking again for next year then, as a priority? It's just an update assessment.
I think he's looking at Bob and what you were talking about earlier as a possible way forward. Go ahead.
Sure. My proposal, yes, is the answer. That's what our intention would be. If the SSC is looking for something other than that, we should be explicit.
That sounds great. I think that we've come to a resolution on this. Martin, your comment of leaving it for now, I will say that after we get through all these specs, we are going to look for a consistency check. And so you were talking about which ones you were most concerned about. So if people have concerns that we haven't addressed right now, we can make sure it's consistent with other information when we get there. Other stocks. So I'm not seeing anything else for this. So that was short raker. So we are on to other rockfish. Sorry about that. We are on to other rockfish, and I will go to Pat.
Great. Thank you. Waiting for your instructions. Thank you. Other rockfish, the Gulf of Alaska, other rockfish is typically on a biennial schedule. Actually in 2024, we actually did an operational update because the members of the rockfish family were updated, and there are about 20 of them. So the survey estimates for other rockfish remain low but relatively stable. Survey results for 2025, however, indicate there was an 11.6 increase in the 2023, resulting in a biomass estimate of increase from 2023, resulting in a biomass estimate of 123,000 metric tons. The 2024 and 2025 catches were about 15% and 12% of the ABC respectively. Otherwise, there was no other new sources of data and no changes to the assessment or apportionment methods. Consequently, the 2026-2027 OFLs and ABC continue to be based on the 2023 model projections. Another note is the other rockfish is a mix of Tier 4, Tier 5, and Tier 6 assessments. Consequently, I would suggest the SSC recommend that the preliminary OFLs and ABCs for 2026 and 2027 be adopted for final specifications, and that the recommended apportionments be carried forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Martin.
Nothing to add to that. That was great. Thanks.
All right, and I'm not seeing other comments on that from the SSC. So the next one we'll move on to is skates. And for that, we've got Jen Burns online.
Yep. Hey, yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair. The GOA skate complex is a tier 5 stock. Multiple species managed as 3 separate units. There is not a directed fishery on skate, but the bycatch is sufficiently high that it is considered within the fishery. The assessments lately, well, operational stock assessment was due this year, but obviously we don't have it. But the past assessments have been relatively stable, albeit with high confidence intervals across the recent cycles. The 2025 catch data estimate for the complex is up about 8%, both for the overall complex and for the individual components. The risk table from 2024 didn't identify any concerns and didn't recommend any reduction in max ABC. Given the stable assessment, slight increase in survey biomass, and absence of any ecosystem or fishery performance indices indicating concern, I don't see any reason we would not recommend. So I do recommend that we accept the 2026, 2027 LFLs and ABCs for the skate complex. Adopt those and the existing area apportionments.
Thanks, Jen. Let's see, we're going to Chris.
Nothing to add.
Sounds good. Just hold on 1 second. Okay, so we are on Thorny Heads, and we'll go to Fabio.
Thanks, Madam Chair. For Goa Thorny Head, so it's a tier 5 stock complex assessed on a biennial schedule. A full operational RIM assessment was completed in 2024. For 2025, only a catch report was planned, with the next full assessment scheduled for 2026. No public testimony was provided. In terms of the catch remains well below TAC and ABC. And the results from the 2025 bottom trawl survey show a 25.9% decline from 2023, while the additional long line survey indicated a 21 increase from 2023. And we have a long line survey in 2024. In October 2025 report, the SSC highlighted the decline in Thorny Head estimated biomass for the 2025 survey and asked the author and Goa GPT to note any concerns about the planned 2026 and 2027 final harvest specifications in their November planting report. So there is no elevated risk identified in the risk table, and also no ecosystem indicators from the 2025 ESR that would trigger any kind of concerns. Related to 2025, the proposed OFL and ABC in the October preliminary specifications for 2026 and 2027 are about 18% lower for both. And I did not identify any risk factors warranting a change from the preliminary OFLs and ABCs. And I recommend, and I believe that we should recommend that these values be adopted for final specifications, as well as the spatial apportionment of Thorny Head in the Goa for 2025 be carried forward to 2026 and 2027. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. Rob.
No additions from me.
Thanks. And this is one of the ones that we'll include in our process report, that it was actually an off-cycle assessment because the SSC brought up concerns in December 2024 and then asked for feedback from the plan team in October there was no plan team. So we're just doing our due diligence and looking to see if there are any changes, and we're not recommending them. So the next one is Arrowtooth, and we'll go to Jen.
And I'm back. Thank you, Madam Chair. Arrowtooth Flounders Tier 3A. It's on a quadrennial cycle. Last full assessment was in 2021, but we had off-cycle projections 2023 and 24. Obviously not the full assessment this past year, 2025. Assessment has been highly stable across recent cycles. Spawning biomass is, sorry, getting over a cold from Thanksgiving. Spawning biomass is about 700,000 tons, indicating and nearly double the B35, indicating stocks not overfished or approaching overfish conditions, and there's no concerning retrospective pattern. Fishery exploitation is pretty low, and the 2025 survey is consistent with a moderately increasing trend from a lower than historical but fairly stable plateau. No indication of risk factors. And so given the stable assessment, the increasing survey biomass, low levels of exploitation, I recommend accepting the preliminary 2026, 2027 OFLs and ABCs, and using the existing area apportionments.
Thanks, Jen. Brad.
I concur with Jen.
And I don't see any other hands. One thing that I will note that we may have to figure out how to write up in our report is that we had to, because this meeting we're deciding process and specs. We actually looked at the stocks with a 4-year cycle because we hadn't yet evaluated whether we were going to go with council staff's suggestion of not talking about them, not needing to talk about them because of the 4-year life history. So I know that some of the ones that we've got in here are likely those 4, and it could be Arrowtooth, Rex, Shallow Flats, and either Aka or Octopus. Anyway, we're running, I don't remember which 4 they were. Essentially, we're going through and doing due diligence. So I think we can put in our report, we decided that we wouldn't focus on them. We're not focusing on them. We're doing it really quick. Somehow we're going to have to put that in our writing just so that our detailed discussion matches what our process said. And that's just a result of having to do both in this meeting. So, next one is Rex Soul, and that will go to Rob.
Rexol is a Tier 3A on a 4-year cycle that was to be updated this year. The catch is well below ABC and OFL. There's no concerns and no reasons that we see to adjust existing projections, and no change to apportionment that has remained the same since the last full assessment in 2021.
Thanks, Rob. And Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I agree with Rob's assessment.
Great. Next is Shallow Flats, and we'll go to Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Take home is that there were no additional risk factors. I found no additional risk factors to warrant change in the preliminary 2026, 2027 ABC and OFLs. So I recommend adopting those and with the current spatial apportionment. I will note briefly that in December of 2024, there was, we had indicated a level 2 risk consideration because the Elephant Soul survey estimates had shown a steady decline for a number of years. That was our rationale. However, at that time, ABC was set to maximum permissible, and I recommend the same here.
Thanks, Bob. Andrew.
Thanks. I concur and nothing to add. Thanks.
Atka macro, we're going to Jen Burns.
All right. Mackerel is a tier 6 stock, no reliable biomass estimates, highly patchy distribution. 4-year cycle, last one was in 2021, it was due this year. There's no directed fishery on it since 96. Tax been set at maximum to allow for bycatch and other fisheries. No spatial apportionments. Current set biomass assessments relatively stable. It's up about 16% from 23. No concerns above risk level 1. So recommend that we adopt the preliminary 2026-27 OFLs and ABCs as spec.
Thanks, Jen. Dana.
Nothing to add.
Oh, great. And the last one is Octopus, Rob.
Octopus is also a tier 3 stock with specs based on catch. An assessment was planned for this year. Catch is well below ABC and OFL. No concerns and no reason to adjust existing projections as far as we can see. And there's no apportionment.
Thanks, Rob. Andrew.
Yep, nothing to add. I think Robbie might misspoke. He said tier 3, I think tier 6.
Sorry, yes, tier 6.
Thanks.
Great. And I just pulled out, so technically in our process, we decided that we didn't need to talk about Atka mackerel, octopus, arrowtooth, Rex, shallow water flats, and rock sole. I did not pick that up soon enough. And so we'll just say we did a little bit of extra diligence on those. Okay, I think that means that was all of the 2026 specs for the Gulf of Alaska. And from my memory, my recollection is that for all stocks in the Gulf of Alaska, we're recommending to use the 2020 for 2026 and 2027, keep the values the same as the preliminary specifications. And the only one that we may highlight a note is that for, I think it was short raker. Is short raker the one that when we come back around in October, if we don't have an assessment, we will consider a possible reduction because there was some concern. So I think that is the only one that's slightly different, if I phrase that right. And I see Martin's hand up. Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, is this our consistency check?
You are right. I forgot to, yes, let's make, that was actually my summary, but let's go into a consistency check. Good call. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'm the one, I mean, like I said, the short raker was my second largest concern, and the biggest concern is POP, and I wonder if we could sort of go back to that, and sort of make sure we're all on board with the decision, and I could probably make some arguments. I mean, a 46% decline is not something you can just say, well, it's not easily discounted. And I'm a little bit concerned about some of the discussion that we had, which we were sort of reflecting public comment about concerns for the survey without really sort of critically evaluating those in any way. And and not giving the survey people an opportunity to push back against some of the comments. And we did have a good discussion in October with the survey group, I believe, and our comments there were much more benign than what we're saying now for POP in terms of, raising concerns about the number of stations as well as the footprint of the survey. And I mean, are those things we really should be saying here? I mean, I'm concerned about that. And then finally, if there is a 46% drop in a survey and we're looking at the trajectory for POP where we're seeing this sort of thing stock kind of coming up like this and starting to go back down again, and are we sort of repeating a mistake of just ignoring warning signals that are available? And so I'm just really nervous about not making some kind of response here for this particular stock. And I guess I would, we're not going to be able to do anything other than, just a buffer that isn't going to be quantitatively based. But my sense is that it would be appropriate to add, say, a 20% buffer to the ABC to account for the concern that we would have. And I'm just throwing this out so we can have a good discussion on it.
So you raised two stocks, POP and short raker. So the 20% that you're talking about and the 20% possible reduction, the 46% survey, that was for POP?
I'm just talking about POP here, and I would recommend a 20% reduction in the current ABC.
Great. And the only process thing that I would name, I see Bob's got his hand up, is just that I don't believe that we've got the long line survey people online, because you mentioned we haven't talked to them. But we are able to ask Bob questions if there's further things that we want to have that discussion. That was just sort of the process that with AFSC that I was aware of for this meeting. So I'll actually go to Bob and then to Brad.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Maybe three things now. Let me work backwards. We do have staff on the phone. Should there be a question specific to the long line survey?
I'm sorry if I said long line, I meant bottom trawl.
Understood.
The restratification.
Understood. Yes, I can address those. Martin, there were two things in what you said that I picked up on. One was comments during this discussion that maybe we're more muted on our thoughts on the survey results than they were in September. I guess in my understanding of what I heard today was not that we are not that we do not have those same concerns that we had in September, but this discussion was focused on whether there was anything new that was made available to us in terms of our understanding and that we could address at this meeting. So I certainly don't take anything that was said here to downplay or suggest that we have a different opinion on what we determined in September. And with my AFSC hat on, we are moving forward with analyses to consider that discussion in September for the future. On the second point, if I may, go ahead.
Is it possible to, I think there needs to be a clarification on this one. Martin?
Yeah, I was actually suggesting the reverse, and that we're sort of echoing the talking points from the fishing industry about the survey at this meeting, whereas we didn't do that at all in October. And we have a very benign statement in October about how, let me find it exact here. The survey leads noted that the observed changes were within the historical range, and the survey had small changes in trawl footprint and depths covered. And so we're instead saying that there were, and we'd have to look at Fabio's words, but I think you are saying, based on industry comment, that there was a change in the trawl footprint.
Go ahead, Fabio.
Thanks, Martin. what I'm saying is based on what we had in the during the public comment is we had so we also have 17% less stations covered in 2025, right? According to the presentation, the Border Control Survey is saying that 70% less coverage. And then we had, according to the public testimony, that deeper stations wasn't covered. So that's the point on my statement. I just put that there. Thank you.
Let's go to Brad and then back to Bob.
Thanks, Sherry. So Martin, I guess I see this slightly differently. I mean, we definitely have some concerning signals in the 25 survey data points, but we haven't had a chance to dig into that. If I recall, with this particular stock, the 2025 bottom trawl survey biomass estimate, that's 46% lower, was because we had a super high 2023 estimate that was driven by a single station in the survey. And so the estimate from 2025 is actually pretty close to the long-term mean. And so when we interpret this 46% drop, I think it needs to be in the context of previous year being anomalously high single station. And we already looked at that when we saw in the 2023 24 assessment cycle. So we acknowledged that was a challenge in terms of the difference between these survey data points. We already knew that we had an anomalously high 23 value.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's actually a problem because the 2023 value was high, and so it's likely masking an actual decline that occurred in that year. And so that's not reflected in the assessment. And therefore, I mean, it's like a very uncertain value, but it was enough to for the model to not, you know, if you think that it's a high value, then if you had the actual value, the true value, whichever it would have been, then it would have been lower and it would have dragged the assessment down. And this is inconvenient.
Thank you for the laughter break, Martin. We'll take that. It's good.
But yeah, so then isn't that more of a concern? Why wouldn't it be?
Well, I don't think we need to get into the weeds here, but I mean, you're presuming whatever the real value from 2023 would have been somehow low enough to pull the whole thing down. If it had come in at the long-term mean, it wouldn't have done that. So you were invoking the notion of a 46% decline as the basis for then being us needing to reopen this assessment and address the buffer. The leads identified all 15 different metrics and didn't conclude that. So I think this is one of these cases where the perceived drop is a function of an anomalous value. We don't know what the real one would be. The stock has it's relatively high status, low recent exploitation, and a lot of it has to do with how we interpret these one anomalous point from 2023 and whether we believe that drop is actually real. And so for me, that's, I mean, when we see a single value driving a survey result, we tend to interpret that pretty carefully. So I guess I'm nervous about using the 46% as a way to invoke reopening this assessment, just because I think we have good information that suggests that it's not necessarily indicative of a real drop in the stock.
So couple things. We need to speak into the mics because people can't hear us. And then let's go. We've got comments from Bob and then Curry.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks to the my colleagues for that discussion, because I think it emphasizes a critical point that we have come back to numerous times in the last couple of days, that the the integrity of the scientific information that we provide to the council is based on this full process. Where we are able to have that discussion, where we're able to have it with the subject matter experts, where we're able to look to the models to help us understand what the impacts of a new data point are. And it is not going to be consistent. If we were to do this for the other stocks that are impacted by or were that changed in this year's survey, it will be a completely different discussion because each stock is so unique. So I think this highlights that we don't have the information or the process in place to open this back up in a way or suggest that we don't have adequate information other than what came out of the December 2024 process. So with that, I wouldn't support the 30% buffer or any additional buffer in this process. And I guess the broader thought here is that this is under the discussion of consistency. I think we were just consistent when we went around the room and we went through all of these stocks and we had the discussion on whether there was anything additional to add. I think moving to a different space with respect to how we're considering the 2025 survey would then become inconsistent. Thank you.
Curry.
Yeah, I appreciate Martin's comments and I guess from my perspective, when we're looking at the outcomes of the 2025 survey, it's important to highlight two things. One, one survey data point following a change in survey design does not implicitly mean that there has been a change in catchability, but some general trends across different species groups seem to suggest something may be different. Additional years of survey observations and placing the changes in survey indices in the context of age and length composition data within a full assessment framework is really what's needed to address that question. And that's going to be forthcoming in the next assessment cycle. With respect to Martin's buffer suggestion, I'll refrain from weighing in on that.
Martin, do you have a?
Oh, sorry. I mean,
Oh, it's okay. I just didn't know if you had something you wanted to say. Go ahead.
I'm not sure what he was saying about the buffer. I didn't catch that part. I'm sorry.
Curry just said that he wasn't going to weigh in on the buffer decision. Okay, I'm getting laughter. So let me ask you, Curry, why don't we take Martin's question to you? What did you say about the buffer?
I mean, I don't have a particular recommendation other than to say it's with a down survey index point before we've had the chance to place it in the context. We have two competing hypotheses here. One is that given some changes in survey design and stratification, there may be changes in catchability that might need to be addressed in future assessment cycles. We don't know that. That's one hypothesis. The way we can address the validity of that hypothesis as opposed to a true drop in biomass is by seeing what the signals in our age and length composition data tell us, both within this species and also looking across species. Do what appear to be, separate responses in this, again, single survey data point following the change in stratification and survey design that seem to be reflected in opposite directions for rockfish versus roundfish and flatfish. Whether or not those are true signals and reflect true changes in catchability or not is going to need to be evaluated in a sort of a fuller way, considering all the information that's available. We don't have that at this point. And so I guess I'm a little uncomfortable in taking the survey data point at face value, given that we don't know if catchability has actually remained constant, nor, I don't know. I don't have a strong recommendation regarding the buffer.
Jason, do you have a hand up? Yep, Jason.
Yeah, I guess two things. One, following on what Curry was just describing. I mean, we don't have an assessment in front of us that would integrate that survey fit and the trade-off potentially with catchability in the assessment. So we are just looking at one survey point and making a buffer decision off that. And that does seem a little bit out of our process. So that definitely makes me concerned. Just thinking beyond the survey point though, in terms of the buffer and what the assessment's been doing. I mean, we reviewed this back in December, sorry, in the 2023 assessment. We didn't have increased levels of risk at that point. And there was this note about the retrospective peels and the assessment being conservative. So for me, that carries a lot of weight because that is what we reviewed last time with the assessment. I also note, thinking about the harvest projections and just general exploitation of this stock, the harvest projections were so there was less catch than what was in the harvest projections last year, and I think that's partially due to the southeast outside. There's about 6,000 tons that doesn't get harvested at all in that area, and so I'm sensitive to the discussion we had earlier about not thinking about exploitation in terms of the ABC, but I think in this case we are talking about harvest projections and what that may mean in terms of their accuracy. And so I'm comfortable with not putting an extra buffer on this at this point for those reasons. I think that I would certainly flag this one for some kind of operational assessment next year. I think it would be a high priority for us to update this given the survey point and to see how that survey does change the outcomes of the assessment, because there is this catchability issue along with how that fit to the survey is gonna go in the assessment.
Fabio.
I just want to say that I concur with what Jason said, and I forgot to mention during my statement that I would recommend as a high priority for next year, like the POP, because of all of that. Thank you.
Franz.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree. I mean, I agree with Martin in the sense that this to me is one of the ones that is it deserves a little bit of extra scrutiny. But I also agree that with Jason Fabio that it may not rise to the level of an additional buffer here, and that's in large part perhaps. I mean, POP are a long-lived species, and the population trends are pretty smooth in the survey in my recollection, and I did not look back at the most recent survey, but from the slides earlier, if I remember, it is highly variable. And so we have had discussions in the past of when we've seen a big drop in surveys that always raises concerns, and we generally didn't, avoided trying to put too much faith into a single data point for taking, actions that deviate from what we might usually do. And so from that perspective, I am fairly comfortable, not deviating from the preliminary specs in this case either. I do want to just point out, since I had that actually flagged for the Bering Sea, that the Bering Sea survey also had a very large drop in POPs the same year, but that survey doesn't really cover the range of POP very well, and it often is very, very small catches and then occasional spikes, and the previous survey had a spike, and so it dropped by nearly 80%. But to me, that I don't think we can argue that there's something going on with POP based on that. I think it just highlights that the survey estimates are highly variable.
One comment that I would have for the Bering Sea POP, because I noticed that as well, is I don't believe that the survey estimate is actually incorporated into the POP assessment in the Eastern Bering Sea, probably exactly for the reason that you mentioned. It doesn't cover the same range. So totally understand how about that, but just want that on record as part of the reason, we didn't talk about it in the Bering Sea. Do you have back to Martin? Yep.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fall on my sword or anything. Maybe I will. Maybe maybe I already have. Yeah, just I mean, this is a warning signal, and we've had warning signals in the past and that we've sort of explained away. So let's be aware of what we're doing, and recognize that at least we'll learn something from this. But I guess I'm okay with the suggestion that we prioritize this assessment and go with the preliminary specs, I guess. So, okay.
I think that I do want to, we can go back to our consistency check, but I think that I think will be valuable to note that I think the SSC is doing exactly what our job is, and that is to discuss with new information. Is there enough information to make changes? And being consistent with juggling how to be consistent with past process, current process, single year survey, multiple year survey, and also recognizing that this year we don't have the process of incorporating into an assessment, discussing it at the groundfish plan team, and we're balancing how much evidence there is for increased risk versus the amount of information we have in a single year survey. So I think that this was exactly our charge. And I think that one of the keys is that it's really difficult to do. And it's even more, it's always difficult to do, but it's more difficult this year without the assessments. So that's part of what I'm taking out of this. And I'm glad that we've had the discussion. It does sound like we're at the point of sticking with the preliminary specifications for POP. Franz.
Yeah, just for completeness sake, Martin focused more on the Gulf stocks, and I was more focused on the BSAI stocks. And I think my concerns were in general maybe less for the BSAI stocks than the Gulf stocks, and it's in part because of that change in the survey design and stratification and the trends in there, and then the things that the concerns that Martin highlighted. And so relative to that, I think concerns in the BSAI stocks were less, and we didn't identify any concerns that might warrant an adjustment to the preliminary specs. The one that I was most concerned about actually in that the ones that we looked at is the other rockfish, and we already highlighted that last year that needs some additional scrutiny. I think Andrew adequately captured, or will adequately capture those concerns in the report, and perhaps highlight that for also a priority.
Andrew.
Yeah, we didn't discuss this necessarily in the Bering Sea section, but just, with short raker, how we're going to add a note prioritizing stock assessment for next year, just to highlight that. I'm wondering if we should do the same. I forgot to mention it with skates, with that, the base model not converging and having is supposed to be a full update this year, but just highlighting that as one of the stocks to prioritize for next year. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. So In my summary of the Gulf stocks, which actually moved us into this consistency check, I said that our decision was to leave all of the preliminary specs, but for short raker to add a note that we may, if there's not an assessment next year. Actually, that's not even the case. I'm trying to think of our cycle. In October, we might change preliminary specifications. And I'm sorry, I don't have the words in the memory for this, but I'm wondering if that, I don't know, did we come to a conclusion on that? And is that the case for short raker only? I guess that's what I'm, that's what I'm trying to think through. And if I wasn't clear enough, I can try to say it again. I think this started out with your recommendation, wasn't it, Andrew? Or am I off base? I can go back in my notes and find it, but it'll take me.
For short raker.
For short raker.
Yeah, and that's the only one that I think we specifically mentioned something like that, if I recall correctly.
About preliminary specs in October.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of in the prior, and maybe I don't know who I need to ask this, but I'm trying to think of, so if we get an assessment, we still won't see the assessment until December. So I think we need to raise, if we're gonna, for 2027, I think what we said is that we're just gonna procedurally roll over the 2026 specifications. But I know that Franz mentioned if we don't see some stock assessments, we may take, this is in your summary, wasn't it? That we may consider reductions for those stocks. And that came up exactly for Andrew. And I'm trying to think through when would we do what? So in October, we will know what assessments are going to be done for December. We'll see the preliminary model runs. Do we need to put, or are we planning to put a note in our report about possibly revisiting the preliminary spec for 2027 in October? That's what I'm wondering. And I don't know if we came to a conclusion on that for any stock or all. Franz.
Yeah, I guess my interpretation was here that we're flagging, highlighting the stocks that we want to be considered in that process before February for doing something about earlier and figuring out how to do that. And so I think we don't really need to weigh in on what we would do in October or December next year.
That's great. We'll just say we're rolling them over procedurally for now. And we're going to address stock assessment process in the subgroup. And my conclusion from that is, who knows, in October, we'll need to make a decision at that point what to do with any, if we take action or don't, but we don't have to preview it now. Thank you for helping think through that. Andrew.
Yeah, and just to be clear, then for short raker, we'll still make that note for the about possible reductions for 2027 that we would be, if we don't get an assessment next year, that we might be, or with what you just said, alleviate having to bring that up in the write-up for short raker.
I see two hands because I don't know the answer. So let's go to Bob first.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I think that, from a process perspective, saying what we might do in October is a red flag for the specification process and making sure this makes it through the process by March of this year. Of course, it's always in our purview to have things come before us in October off cycle per our previous conversations. So I don't know that I would recommend we don't say anything about what we may or may not do in October. I do think that highlighting stocks we see as priorities, absolutely, for discussion in this subgroup in January for consideration, but then also as guidance to the agency as we pull our stocks together for this next year.
Thanks, Bob. Jason. Great. Thank you. Franz.
And this is just, again, across all the stocks. And I think that hopefully came out in the process discussions too. I think we should highlight that adopting the harvest specifications based on last year's model for all these stocks clearly implies some additional risk. And, we evaluated whether that risk is enough to, make an additional adjustment, and concluded that, not at this point, based on the information that we have. And I think we will probably capture that in the process description, but I just wanted to highlight that again.
Okay. I think with the summaries that I've done along the way and where we are now, I don't think that I need an additional summary. The only piece that I haven't summarized is the consistency check, and we had the discussion and we sort of came back to where we started. So I don't think that I need to do a summary. It is 5 minutes after noon. What we have left is we can touch on 2027 specs, although I think that we already made a decision on those in our process. So I guess let me ask Chris Siddon, do we need to revisit that? It seems like we kind of decided that all in one process and decision. Okay. I see nods. So we will not come back and talk again about the 2027 specs. That was already taken care of. So the only piece that I believe that we have left is looking for recommendations for the fall 2026 assessment cycle. And we've got a few leads on that. We've definitely made recommendations along the way, but I'm hoping that we can gather them and see what other general ones we want to make, or if we've missed any, and just think about that holistically. So I think that that's what we've got after lunch. Martin.
Yeah, just about 2027 specs. We won't be mentioning those in the species by species summaries, and Chris will write up something to tell us what our approach will be across the board. Is that correct, or do you want us to say in each species by species summary 2027 specs should be the same as 2026?
I'd be interested in people's thoughts on this. In our normal reporting, we include 26 and 27 species by species, but that's because it has an assessment model which has a projection, which means that 26 and 27 would be different values. In this case, I think we made the decision procedurally that we were going to keep 27 the same as 2026. So it makes a bit more sense to me to include that in the general recommendation. But I'm open to others' comments there.
That'd be my preference.
Okay. Rob?
Yeah, that was my understanding too, with our discussions, that we just refer to 2026 in our write-ups.
Great. Okay, it seems that that is our understanding. So we will just state procedurally that 2027 is going to be the same as 2026. In our stock comments, then we'll just name what we considered for 2026 specs. Pat.
Sorry, I'm not following fully, but so are we going to, so if we don't say anything about the 2027 in our summary reports, we do say something about the 2026, or do we not say anything about the 2026 or 2027 in the summaries? And my only concern is that I think for most of the public, they end up going to our individual reports as opposed to some kind of global summary in terms of like seeing what's going to happen. And so my only concern is that, maybe we can put something in our individual reports to see the general report or something like that, to kind of send people the right direction.
I hear muttering up here, but I can't tell. Hold on one sec.
Yeah, so sorry, Pat. So typically in our report, we kind of have a blanket statement up front where we set specifications for 2 years. We say that up front, and then in the individual sections, we don't state that at all, whether it's for the immediate following year or the projected out second year that we're setting for. So my inclination is to only talk about 2026 in our individual sections and not mention 2027 because that will be addressed in our process for 2027 specifications section. And I don't think we need to refer to that individually because we'll just be repeating that statement in our individual sections as well. So I guess that's kind of a little bit closer to how we normally structure our report. So that would be my suggestion.
If I may, that's where I was going.
So just a second. My concern though is that for every stock, we actually do say OFL and max ABC for 2025 and 2026. So we actually say that in every section. I don't know that we need to decide now on what the structure of our written report is going to be. What I did need to know is whether or not we're going to talk about it again. And I do not believe we're going to talk about it again. And my suggestion is that since this report is going to look quite different than other reports, I'm guessing that we'll have a number of things to hash out on whether it goes in general sections or individual. And my suggestion would be that we deal with that on our own. The public will at least know what information we're going to include. That work? Okay. Jason?
I apologize if you've already clarified this, but then so for the individual sections in the 2026 discussion where we have a particular priority identified for maybe say operational assessment for 2027, should the leads give that to the leads of the 2027 specs, just to make sure that we get a summary of the priorities in one spot?
So I guess what I'm envisioning, Dana.
I guess my suggestion would be we're going to be discussing that this afternoon. We can bring those to that section.
Yep, that was mine as well. So I think that we can, and it's fine if in the individual summary we refer to recommendation section at the bottom for the next assessment. And I didn't answer one thing that Pat had asked about was sort of summary. Summary for 26 is that we are going to consider all these different factors. We're going to talk about these species. We aren't going to talk about these species, and we're going to consider these factors. We did that for individual stocks. I think for 2027, it's that we are going to roll over considering whatever. And then I'm with Allie that I don't think we need to mention it individually in every single section is kind of what I'm thinking, but we can tweak that as necessary. All right. I know this is not the end of the meeting, but I just want to say thank you for all of the work that you guys have done in the last 7 days to consider 14 different points for every stock in a new situation and figure out a process. So thank you for that. And we'll see you. Let's come back at 1:15 from lunch to discuss, do the rest. Thank you.
Yeah, guess what? When I turn it off.
Hello, Brian. You can go ahead and try to unmute to test out your audio.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Did you want to try out your camera?
Sure. How do we do that? I wonder. I don't see the camera activated. Let me, oh, I see. Okay, I found the little tab. Let me try it. Okay, it's pointing at the wall.
There you go. Yeah, I see it. It looks clear and you sound very clear over audio, so I think you should be good to go.
Okay. Oh, okay. We're just adjusting the camera so you can see us.
Okay.
Thanks.
Great.
Okay.
Well, will you both be um
Yeah, we'll
you're
both be
recording
here.
from the same room?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. So only one of you will need to log in for the council meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
And just make sure that you're only logged in from one computer. Otherwise,
Okay.
the audio will give feedback if someone's logged into Zoom from a separate computer.
Okay. And do you what will like I'm sorry, I haven't done this before. I'll log in via Zoom. Will there be an indication from you that we can act, like I don't know, I just don't want to go on prematurely, I guess. So how will that work?
No, so you would log into tomorrow's meeting the same way that you did today,
Uh-huh.
and we'll promote you the same exact way tomorrow.
Oh, you'll promote. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And
if you have any issues, you can always email us.
okay, so we can watch the meeting via Zoom, and then at some point we'll be promoted from an attendee to a presenter.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
And is the expectation that we be on video, or is it just audio, just so we know?
Typically, when presenters are presenting to the council, they do have their cameras on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what we're providing a report and then saying any questions, like we're not actually
Yeah, we may
presenting.
not have anything to say at all.
But I don't mind being on video. That's it's up to you.
Yeah. I think you guys will be just fine if your
Okay.
camera's on.
Thanks.
But yeah, I'm glad that the audio is coming through just fine. This is the meeting room that you will be meeting in, or we will be hearing you from. So it sounds loud.
Awesome. Cool. All right.
And
Thanks.
sorry, just to work out the kinks now. So given that if there aren't any questions, we won't be saying anything at all because our report was on paper. But if there are questions, it would be at that point we would unmute and activate the camera. Does that sound okay?
That sounds appropriate. Yes.
Okay.
And what time does everything start tomorrow?
8 a.m.
Like 8:30? Oh, 8 a.m. Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have any sense of we'll be ready at 8, but do you have any sense of when we might go? If we go?
I couldn't give you a straight answer. It's not time certain. There's quite a bit of announcements that are happening first thing in the morning.
Okay, that's helpful to
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, so it's not time certain though, so but just make sure you can sign up for text alerts.
Oh, okay.
Which is
Great.
all included on the e-agenda, which will give you alerts when we move forward through the schedule.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, we'll see ya. And
All right, everybody, welcome back. So the SSC, we're back on record, and we've got one piece of our discussion left, and that is if we have any recommendations for the fall 2026, well, for the 2026 assessment cycle. And these, I tried to come up with a couple things, and Fabio may have like a better overview of this. I was trying to think of things that we could talk about or could consider, not that we have to name any of these. But if we have individual stocks that we would like to see stock assessments in 2026 or 2027 type of assessment, what are things that would be good for the agency or the council both to consider when deciding what is done in the assessment cycle? If we aren't even to that level and want to name specific issues with assessments, I suppose we can, although that kind of fits under, I think we covered a lot of that. And the other one that we sort of have brought up is sort of process issues. So process for how does the SSC flag to the Science Center or to the council concerns we have in December for the next assessment cycle, or how can the agency or the plan team give red flags to the SSC in October? I don't know that we want to expand on those. Those are just brainstormed ideas, and I welcome any additions of things that we might want to put in this section. It's pretty free form. So I will hand this over to Fabio.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I try to make a kind of summary about what we discuss here, some points, and maybe aligns with what you also have, Sherry. But so the SSC was informed by Dr. Foy, Alaska Fish Science Center, about the potential plans for the 2026 stock assessment cycle, which include forming a work group or subgroup with SSC members and Alaska Fish Science Center to meet in January 2026. Also, operational stock assessment expected to be completed in 2025 will be carried over to 2026. Stock assessments anticipated in 2026 will be considered through prioritization process. During the February 2026 SSC meeting, those prioritizations assessment will be discussed. Regarding surveys, they will need to be realigned. The level of stock assessment, operational versus update, that was also a part of the discussion, will be the level of information to bring forward in 2026. The focus of the prioritization would be stocks with conservation concerns, high priority. Also, during the SSC discussion, it was mentioned that prioritization should be considered for stocks assessed biannually, as well as consider the history on recruitment patterns to determine the priorities. All the recommendations from the work group or subgroup should be come to the February 2026 meeting for the SSC to review. And finally, the SSC also have some discussion regarding the time frame, considering the review of all assessments that might be evaluated. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you for that, for tracking and giving us a summary of things we've hit on. Next, I think we'll go to Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Fabio, for that great overview. I guess I have one process question, Sherry. You mentioned, do we not need to go through and name specific species? I did try to keep a bit of a list as we went through. We did flag a bunch of species that were prioritized specifically during our discussions of the specs process. Is this the right time to bring that up or not?
Yeah, if I misspoke, this is absolutely the time to bring up any specific suggestions that we have.
Okay, I don't know if I don't know if I caught them all, and we may need to go back through the report and pull them out of those specific sections, but maybe just to flag for people that I had at least yellowfin sole due to the change in tier, rough-eye black-spotted, short raker for a variety of reasons. Other rockfish came up in the Gulf, skates due to the unconverged model, prioritizing POP due to all the concerns that we had in a discussion we had about POP. I think that was all the ones that I had flagged that we did as we went along. And then I'm going to make a couple of other comments that one of which I know is not going to stick, but I feel compelled to bring it up, which is that maybe this is an opportunity to think outside the box a little bit. We've talked in years past about trying to do some of the model runs maybe in June, even potential for having a plan team in May. And I know none of those were wildly popular at the time, but it strikes me that maybe this year is an opportunity to at least have some of those discussions again. And maybe that's appropriate for the subgroup to spend a few minutes just talking about whether there are any major process changes that could benefit things. So I'll leave it at that because I know it's not a popular topic. The other thing that I wanted to add to Fabio's summary is just to note that we did receive public testimony regarding doing what I'll call catch-up assessments during 2026 to try and supersede the 2027 specs going into the beginning of 2027. So I believe that the concern there was that those first 3 months when the existing preliminary 2027 specs would be used. And I don't think we didn't really have any discussion on it, and I haven't heard any interest in doing that from anybody. But it does seem like we might want to mention that and at least acknowledge that we heard that and that at this point we're not recommending doing any expedited assessments. And I believe that the rationale for not trying to do that would be that you'd rush and do something in the spring, replace the 27 specs, and then ideally it would get redone again in the fall. And so you kind of duplicated the work for very little return. I apologize. I missed Gretchen's presentation on yesterday morning. Maybe this isn't a huge deal because it's just that first 3-month period and in-season management takes care of that. But it seems like it did come up and maybe we want to acknowledge that.
Thanks, Ian. For the stocks, am I correct that so it was yellowfin sole in the Bering Sea, rough-eye black-spotted in the Gulf, short raker in the Gulf, and then other rock in the Gulf, skates. That was also Gulf, wasn't it? Or was that Bering Sea? Thank you. That was why I'm doing this great. And then POP was in the Gulf.
I have a correction.
Yeah, sure, Pat.
So I think it's other rockfish in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands. Yep.
Wonderful.
The ones
Thank
in the
you.
Gulf seem to be okay.
Wonderful. Sorry, I need my list. Got it. We're going to you, Curry. Now, hey, Curry, we heard that you're going to be on your phone, so we see it muted, but I think that that's just Zoom, but we're not hearing you from your phone.
Hey, Curry, go ahead and try to unmute from Zoom. Earlier, it came through pretty clear.
How about now?
Sounds great.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. And thank you for bearing with our internet challenges on the home front this morning. I don't have much to add to what's already been discussed. I do think this year's non-traditional assessment cycle has brought into clear perspective some of the considerations that go into forward projections, including what's assumed about harvest in the out year, as we start thinking about as we've been thinking about our 2026 harvest specifications. I think we should highlight our appreciation to council staff and the plan team co-chairs and the assessment authors for bringing together and highlighting in the presentations what was assumed about catch in those out years, and highlight that ranged from, assuming catch was equal to max ABC to using a multi-year average of that ratio of catch to ABC. So it's pretty variable across stocks. So I wonder if in an effort towards greater transparency and consistency, we might, as the SSC, encourage the plan teams to develop some clearer guidance and to help ensure common practice in what assumptions are made about catch in those projection years. I stopped short of saying that there needs to be a standard way of doing, acknowledging that there's a lot of variability across species in terms of market conditions and how variable that catch to ABC ratio might be from over time. But I do think maybe some clear guidance on how that's done might be beneficial. The other point that I wanted to bring up, and perhaps this forms a recommendation, it goes back to some of our discussions about how we actually use projections in this context. We had some discussion about the fact that we use what is effectively the point estimate for our projections forward in time, but don't really consider the uncertainty, right? Implicitly, as we move forward in time, the precision of our projections gets less and less, right? Due to stochastic dynamics. At present, we don't consider that at all, right? However, if we had full posterior distributions for those projected dynamics, one could consider what is the probability of biomass dropping below one of our reference points subject to some harvest level. I mean, we could have these tools at our disposal in the future, and I think it's worthwhile for all of us to think proactively about how we might better utilize them. The other aspect of the forward projections that I think has become clearer over the course of our process is that we also really don't understand the bias in those forward projections conditional on our assumptions about harvest. As a kind of standard matter of procedure, most assessment authors or all assessment authors should be doing retrospective diagnostics, but usually we look at things like biomass up through the terminal year. We look at fishing mortality through those retrospective peels, and we look at changes in our perspective on recruitment. There's a couple examples in assessments of where that 2-year projection is compared retrospectively, but we might request that authors include that in their retrospective diagnostics as well. So in the future, if hopefully we're not, but if we are ever in a similar situation and using multi-year projections or 2-year out projections for harvest specifications, we would have a better understanding of if there's any inherent bias that we should be considering when we think about risk and ABC buffers in that context. Thanks.
Thanks, Curry. Jason.
I guess the only thing I would add maybe to the list of stocks to consider is AI PCOD. I would add that. And then, yeah, I don't have anything else to add what's already been said.
Chris Sidden.
Yeah, Curry, just a kind of clarifying question for you, maybe. Is there some consideration in the projections about what years recruitment are used as opposed to the long-standing average when we have certainly some evidence that we're in a different recruitment regime for some stocks and how we decide to use that into the future? Thanks.
I certainly think that's true. The reality is that we, for the most part, don't rely on forward projections 2 years out in the way we have in this year, thankfully, in many cases. There are multiple ways one could project forward, either assuming average recruitment, resampling from the distribution of recruitments that we've seen historically, or accounting for progressive shifts in log mean recruitment, for example, over time. I don't know if we want to provide any specific recommendations, but I defer to you on that.
I've got a question for you, too, Curry. I know that how catch is estimated has actually been something that the SSC has brought up. I I know Franz and I noted it one year as far as when we were doing like harvest projections, I think it was at that time. And we were just looking at how it was different. And I know that we gave a request to the plan team to develop clear guidance on that. And I know that we got a response, and my recollection for the response was that all stocks are different, and the authors each need to come up with a recommendation and justify it. And otherwise, and that was it. And so I do realize though that we're using this in a different way this year. And so I'm wondering, we can include the same recommendation again, or I'm wondering if there's anything that's a different consideration, because we're actually talking about ones that were supposed to be on cycle, whereas before I think our recommendations were like for harvest projections. Anyway, if there's anything different, that might be helpful for us to highlight.
No, if that request has already been made and the response was that there's enough heterogeneity across stocks and in how that process operates, such that kind of a standard approach isn't feasible, that's fine with me.
Actually, let's go to Bob first and then Franz.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Can I make a comment on this? Okay. So I guess what would be valuable in my mind is to highlight the need to document what is being done currently, so that that builds a reference point for us to then start talking about standardization of the process. You know, I think without some guidance and not without really knowing and seeing how all the stocks are doing this, it's difficult for us to provide some specific recommendations to the authors, which is maybe why we get a response that, you know, it's just too different. So starting at documentation, I think, would be very helpful at the very least.
Sounds great. Franz.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Bob's suggestion to kind of document and clarify that, and I agree that I think we've come a long ways in improving that since that recommendation was made, and I think that kind of showed here too that in many cases the assumptions that were made about catch were pretty good. You know, they certainly tended to be. I mean, I think there's a tendency to maybe assume higher catches, to be a little conservative, and I think that's okay for this purpose. But they clearly were an improvement over what we've seen in the past. But making sure that is done across stocks and documenting what is actually done across stocks would be great. But the more important consideration is, I think, and Curry mentioned that, and I know Martin was going to go ahead comment on that earlier too, is to, you know, maybe do that for 3 years. It wouldn't add a lot of extra burden to use a realistic catch assumptions for at least 3 years out in the projections, rather than just 2 years as is done now. So we actually have, so if we had done that, if we would have had numbers for 2027 now that were based on projections. Yeah.
Pat.
Thanks. I'm appreciating the discussion about projections. Projections are really important. It seems to me, if we're talking about, you know, what's good, I mean, in terms of the quotas that are taken and standardization, it would seem, and we had some discussion about this last time we met, it may be useful, I'm just throwing this out as an idea, no matter what catch is used in the projection, if it's decided upon by the stock assessment scientist, it might be useful to see what it is under the ABC and what it is under the OFL, because if the stock is doing badly under those criterion, then there's some broader sort of message that needs to be taken. And so if that was done sort of systematically that way, in addition to whatever the author wants to do, that might be a useful thing to add as comparisons. Just an idea.
Dana.
Yeah, so just to note, this is kind of standard practice across our 7 scenarios. Scenario 2 is the one we use for estimated catch. Scenario 6, and scenario 1 is max ABC. Scenario 6 is fishing at the OFL. So all those 3 are always available to us. And just a little history on the estimated catch. We've been working on that since 2013. Grant Thompson and I had a competition who could do the best thing. But I think the authors have done a pretty good job of documenting now. It's listed at the bottom of every executive summary table. So I think we've made a lot of progress there.
Martin.
I guess maybe a question for Curry, just in terms of how your sort of proposed evaluation of projections, how that would be sort of accomplished, and would it be just we would make these suggestions to the plan team and then they would come back to us, or are you seeing this as part of that sort of work group that has been proposed to meet just after this meeting and sort of start exploring some of the issues that you've raised?
Yeah, through the chair. I don't know if it needs to be part of that work group. I think we have probably more important issues to contend with in terms of stock prioritization. Of course, looking back to that prioritization work that came before the SSC in February 2023. But I guess more broadly, Dana's correct. Below each of the summary tables is the assumed harvest in each of those years. What's not listed there, I think, is the actual method that's used to do it. And that's where I think sort of a little more documentation would be helpful. In terms of your question, Martin, whether or not we need to discuss whether there's a standardized approach to doing that, I'm not sure that needs to be part of a follow-up discussion.
Thanks.
Martin.
I guess, well, for me personally, the reply that we got back from the plan team that standardization was not possible wasn't very persuasive. And so I don't know if there's a way to, I think there would be a big benefit to the standardization. And so I don't know, maybe we could send it back to the plan team and maybe we're starting this process already, but having the methods documented, and then maybe something like comparing a standardized approach, say, for example, the ratio of catch to ABC over the last 5 years. The average of that might be sort of proposed as a way to do things consistently, and then maybe it would be possible to evaluate how much that approach would matter in terms of whether that would give a vastly different result than some of the sort of species specific approaches. I'm just wondering if there's a way we can sort of take up this issue and not just let it rest where it's at, which seems pretty unsatisfactory.
Kaylin.
Just thinking about all the social kind of conditions that would influence harvest conditions. I could see this being something that varies a lot across fisheries. And so I guess part of me would not be surprised by the best performing projection differing across the fisheries, but I like your idea. Why not evaluate how well these different methods are working? But yeah, Mike can probably talk more. We hear this in public comment. The dependence on processors, the the performance of other fisheries, things just completely outside any particular fishery would potentially influence the harvest. So I think it's a really complicated, I mean, as much time as everyone here spends projecting the stock, I mean, you could spend a lot of time trying to come up with a good projection of the harvest.
Fronts.
I guess if we're done with that one, I was going to move on to go back to one of Ian's recommendation here regarding the earlier model runs. I mean, I've been on record, I think, recommending doing some of the model runs earlier in the year, but I was at the time more thinking about sort of the exploratory research models that we might see coming forward, to see those earlier in the year rather than October. So I'm not, I guess it's a question to you, Ian, really, is would that help us with sort of having better projections, I guess, if we're in a situation like this again? Or what would the benefit be aside from reducing our review load in October and December?
Sorry, yes, Ian.
Well, I certainly haven't thought through all the possibilities. One benefit I could imagine, particularly in the short term for next year, is that if we are looking at an increased assessment load, if we can front load some of the model runs in June, then we can potentially check off more things in October and December and get them off our plate. I could also imagine a case where we moved all of our catch reports and other, I forget all the categories that all the harvest projections, the easy ones, move them all to October. In which case, and be done with them to free up more time. I don't know that it would necessarily lead us to better projections, except just that we would always be done before the close of the federal fiscal year.
I do have one other topic. It's a little bit, it's not continuing on that one. So I'm not cutting people off, but I do wonder, I know that in the most recent stock prioritization conversation, when we had the different types of assessments, so catch report, harvest projection, update, and full, it's taken us a couple of years to sort of juggle out differences between updates and fulls, and I think we've made great progress. But there's an inherent judgment call of sort of what's big enough of a change to require a full assessment and what's not. And so I think going back and forth has helped that. I do wonder if we're gonna have I'm wondering if we can I wonder if it's possible to increase the number of assessments we do if, say, for this year, it was really pretty strict. So literally there is no change in methodology or data other than adding the most recent year data for an update, and having that super strict so that we don't have to go through any discussions. And then maybe we've also talked about, and Dana or Bob, you may have to remind me where we ended up on write-ups, but I know that we had talked for a while of, can we have less of a write-up for an update stock? Because you don't have this methodological change. I'm almost wondering if we can make that next step, and if doing so, that would help us get through more of them, both for authors doing them and for us reviewing them. And I'd be interested actually to hear from Dana or Bob whether that might actually make any difference for either one, because I'm outside the agency and I don't have a full sense. But that makes me, it does, I like the idea of us bringing forward operational updates because we can get more of them next year and I think we can review more of them. So at least we can get back up to date on that. But it does make me wonder if we could also do, like Bob had mentioned, prioritizing, let's see, whatever schedule we're on, the ones that would normally come up in the 2026 cycle. Can we do some of those as well, even if those are just updates? So that was one sort of speed issue of how many can we do and how many can we review? And then the other one would be, the other one is coming back to the question that Ian, you brought up that came up in public testimony of doing some stocks off cycle, like in March of this year, and then doing them again. And I guess I think that there are many reasons the council may wish to speak to that. I think that, but one of the things is I think it could cut down on capacity in the agency to do more in October and December. And so maybe just a note that recognizing that, you know, obviously that's something that would need to be considered. That's not novel, but we can put it in there. And then the only other piece, when again, I'm trying to think of how many can we get through for everybody's sake. The other one would be going back to your comment, Ian and France, about talking about like a May planting, June SSC. Maybe just asking if the subgroup that we are proposing, whether it would be worth at all considering doing some of the assessments and the review in October rather than December. Because I think we already do the harvest projections in October, so that's there. We've talked about moving catch reports there, but I think we can talk about that one again and just have that as an option. And then the next one, which I just don't even know if it's possible, but is, are there any update assessments that we could bring in October? And do we even need to with our review capacity? Because that obviously takes away time for authors. Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I think just off the cuff, the process that we currently have is already fairly strict in terms of reducing our footprint as much as possible. You know, given the number of stock assessment officers that we have, the number that run multiple stock assessments, the cycle that we just talked about, previous conversation where we're going to want to do all of 25 and don't forget 26. So, you know, there's parts of that are already at play. We're already trying to be as efficient as possible. Certainly abbreviated reports would help, to some extent. The update stock assessments, while it's a good idea, if you plan for that and the survey data come in and your stock assessment's not fitting, we are all going to want something more than we're getting. And the decision to do that would have to happen in a pretty short time frame. It's not, we don't have the data in January. We have the data in, August, September, and we're turning that around for our fall process. So there's complications to thinking that will automatically be more efficient. On the changing of the timing of this and what we bring forward, I can't really speak to that right now. Dana might have some more thoughts on this, but I can commit to us, taking a step back and seeing if it makes sense for us to consider that, given what stock assessment authors are working on, when the data are available, which is a key point here. The data aren't available on the same cycle we might be interested in. It's not just survey data, it's aging data, it's information coming from different sources. You would also be shifting our discussions on ESRs potentially, which is also information that comes in on an annual cycle. So I'm not saying that there's not some possibilities of improving our process here and making it more efficient, but we'd need to do some thinking about it. I would just one recommendation, if I may, not pile too much more, if any more, on this subgroup. I think the subgroup should focus on next year, 2026. And if these other topics warrant further SSC discussion, let's set something else up. I'm happy to help participate, but I think that group really needs to focus on 2026 stock assessments. Early January. Thank you.
Oops, Dana.
Yeah, thanks. Just to add on, you asked about updates versus polls or whatever. They did quite an extensive revision of the guidelines a year or two ago. So there's already kind of a defined what an update assessment is required to do. A lot less diagnostics, no model selection type things. Whereas a poll needs to have this full set of, like, residuals and all those other things. So there is some time savings with updates in that way.
Great, thank you. Okay, let me just go back one more time. Okay, I think that the only other piece that I have is I spoke to council staff, and terminology for us for sort of what we're recommending might take place in January before the February meeting is do we call it a subgroup? Do we call it a work group? And apparently using the terminology, the internal agency work group is the terminology that matches what we're describing. It's primarily agency folks. And then if there are other people, they can be included as well. And I think that's the framework. So I think that'll be the terminology that the council will recognize. So I think that we can propose that. I think at this point I can go through and do just sort of a quick summary on this, but yeah, go ahead, Franz.
Yeah, and conversations kind of blend together, so I'm not sure if this was actually brought up here under this item here, because I didn't hear Martin talk about it. But did we actually recommend to consider including some kind of retrospective look at the preliminary versus final specs in the models? Because that's what we wished we had here, and we tried to do some of that on the fly. Maybe Curry talked to that, but just want to make sure that gets captured.
Yeah, my recollection is that we did not make a recommendation like that. I don't know if I don't see hands, I'm assuming that nobody made it. Great, Curry?
I had sort of floated the idea of a recommendation. I defer to the wisdom of the group in terms of how clearly we want to see that. If we don't think we're going to be in a similar situation again in the future, it maybe isn't a big deal. If we're worried that we might be in a similar situation again in the future, it seems prudent to try to plan for that ahead of time by better understanding the true uncertainty or potential bias in projections a little better.
I do have to laugh. Now we're projecting what the government's going to do. I'm having trouble not saying that aloud. I'm hoping Bob can answer whether we need to make that or not. I think I can summarize sort of how to do that lightly, because essentially we've come around to saying that the subgroup that we're proposing, the internal agency work group would deal with just sort of the 2026 assessment cycle. And then we've got a number of other recommendations in here, which I think are recommendations to the council and agency on things that might be helpful in the future, but it doesn't lock it in as something that we are wanting to see in blank month, is kind of the best that I can come up with. Unless anybody else has a better thought than that. Bob.
Yeah, just from the agency perspective, I agree with how you just articulated that. I certainly have some take homes for us and have committed to a couple things for February. But otherwise, a lot of these topics, I think, belong in this body's discussion, not a working group. You know, the working group idea was so that we could meet with agency authors. I think a lot of these discussions, you know, for instance, standardization, et cetera, should be an SSC level discussion. So a meeting topic at some point with, you know, staff report or something leading that discussion. That's my 2 cents with both hats.
Okay, I'll work on my crafting language. Okay, as far as recommendations going forward, both for the 2026 assessment cycle and general considerations of things that would have been helpful had we had in this situation. We heard a summary from Bob on potential plans, and we talked about, we've already talked about recommending the work group. Bob mentioned operational assessments. How's this? We already have Bob's presentation and he named a number of things. So I think that this was from earlier outside of this section. So I think that we've summarized that. I think that the SSC can bring forward from our previous part of our discussion that priority for 2026 should include ones or has generally included ones, included stocks for which we have conservation concern. We named a number of specific stocks that we identified in this process that we think the subgroup and agency may consider as high priorities for an assessment in 2026. And those include Bering Sea yellowfin sole, Gulf of Alaska rough-eye and black-spotted, Gulf of Alaska short raker, Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands other rockfish, Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands skate, and Gulf of Alaska Pacific Ocean perch. We named a number of things, trying to figure out how we can maximize information and analysis next year. I think that we can just characterize our discussion in that we talked about possibly moving catch reports to October, seeing if there are any operational updates that can be done in October, bringing forth model runs in June, things like that. And I think that we can say that we, so this is not for the subgroup, but in general, we recommend at least considering if there are any adjustments to timing that might help us accomplish more next year, essentially. We're going to acknowledge that we have public testimony for doing like a catch-up assessment in, say, March of 2026. And I think that we didn't speak to whether or not that should be, but we did name a couple of consequences if that is done. One is that we would do one in spring and again have it in fall, and there's a specification process. And the second one is that any effort to do those in the spring would take away agency staffing time for doing it in October. We talked about projections and catch coming out of this, and noted that that's variable across stock. We acknowledged work that has been done in the past to standardize catch and document it. And I think that what we came to was that we encourage documentation if that's not currently done. And to the extent that, and as far as, so that's for documentation for we also suggested that an analysis possibly of looking at what the individual assumptions, doing it individually by stock, and doing something with catch over ABC for the last 5 years or so, comparing the results of those. We recognize that this is a recommendation generally going forward to agency and plan team. We don't really have a place for that. But it's not something we decided we're not going to put that as part of a subgroup task. We also talked about looking at the bias of projections and discuss the value that, if it were possible, it would have been great. It would have helped us to have, say, full posterior distributions. What's the probability of biomass dropping below a threshold? What's the bias due to the assumption of catch? Retrospective diagnostics, things like that would have been helpful and may be worth working on in the future. I think we can make that a little bit general, but I think that it was really, I think we can note that that type of thing, if we look proactively, could help us if this ever happens again. The other stock that we specifically mentioned was Aleutian Island peacock. I missed that one. And when talking about catch and documentation, I do want to also note our positive comments that it has evolved over time, and the assumptions I guess were helpful in this schedule. So I don't think that this is a case of criticizing what the assumptions were made. It was looking for whether there can be consistency. We also had a suggestion of doing projections, looking at catch in projections for 3 years. In our discussion of catch, we also, it's probably worth acknowledging that we do understand that there are many conditions that come into how catch versus, say, ABC or OFL, how that differs by stock. We talked about the social conditions. We talked about doing, when we looked at the options of, say, catch, harvest projections, operational assessments in say, October or a different time of year, I think that's important to recognize that we do understand that the agency is already fully tasked and we are trying to make up ground. So our suggestions are just for exploring. We were thinking outside the box and just looking for exploring other options. And the last thing I think that we can make as a general recommendation, not for the subgroup, is another thing that would have been helpful if we had had it this year is a comparison of looking at preliminary versus final specifications and how that changes over time. And that, you know, sometime in the future, that may be a helpful thing to develop as well. That's what I have. It was quite detailed in our roundabout, but that's what I had for a summary. If anybody has additional corrections, additions. Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, since we renamed the subgroup to whatever name you provided, and given the feedback from council staff, does it include council staff coordinators, so that it's not just SSC members and AFSC staff, but we also have council staff in that? I just want to make sure that that's.
Let us put in our notes
Agreed.
that what we are recommending is an internal agency work group with authors, SSC, council staff, as possible.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. I'm a little afraid to ask this, but I think that's the end of our agenda. Have I missed anything big? You're right. I can make that announcement. I'm trying to be a little bit more informed than that, and I'm not seeing anything other than exhausted people. So, thank you, everybody. And I think that the last thing that I will go back to is Allie and deadlines. The only comment that I guess I'll make before we do this is we were trying to get a sense throughout the meeting of how long it was going to take to write up our report. And I have to say, I don't have a sense for that right now. So I would suggest we stick with the deadlines that you had made earlier. We adjust as necessary as we see the parts coming in. So can I go to you for what we actually said? Uh-oh,
Oh.
Martin.
Don't worry, this is going to be easy. The people assigned to do the species by species summaries should submit those directly into the draft document rather than to run them past the leads. So I don't need to see the Gulf ones. Franz does not need to see the Bering Sea ones. We'll edit in the document. So try to get those in.
Thanks, Martin. And the other thing Allie may bring up is we talked a bit about the presentation. Okay, great. I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, I can speak to a few different things here. Okay, so first, a refresher on deadlines. We were hoping to have all of the draft sections into our full report by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I think that also includes slides as well. We'll have the report open for SSC full SSC review until 6 p.m. tomorrow night. So please plan to budget some time to review our work tomorrow. Like Sherry said, we'll adjust these if we need to. And if there are really struggles, please let us know. Or if you're traveling or whatever, just let us know and we'll work it out. In terms of the presentation, we've been trying to get together a template for folks, and I think we're still working on that, but I think we're close to final now that we actually know what we did for a process. And so I can send that out hopefully this afternoon before too long, so that you guys will have a little bit of time before our first deadline tomorrow morning to get slides in. And as always, please let me know if you have any issues accessing the drive or anything else. Bug me, not them.
Rob?
Is there a standardization to the slides that you want us to provide?
Yes, there will be.
Okay.
So keep an eye out. Not 15 bullet point.
How's this? What we're trying to think of is of stuff that we are summarizing in each of these sections that is pulling from previous documentation that is publicly available and we have previously reported onto the council. I don't think it's worth doing point by point for the council's benefit or for our time. We're going to have that in our report as background. So what we're trying to do is streamline a presentation that comes down to what are the red flags that were, what was our process, what were the red flags, and for the ones that we highlighted and talked about with red flags, what did we do and why? So we're trying to make it a bit simpler than we have in the past. So we're becoming simpler, not more complicated. Yep. So we'll get that out to you. All right. Last thing that I want to say is last meeting for Mike and Pat. Thank you. And yay! Indeed. For those of you, I know that some of you are staying until Thursday for report writing. Some are staying for the reception that is Thursday night. For those of us that are here, I encourage you to come to the council meeting. What day is today? Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I suggest that you come early on, hear some of the announcements, and then get back to our Google Doc. All right. Thanks all. End of the meeting. I don't have a gavel.